All right, hello everyone. Shalom, everybody, and peace of the Lord for all of you. Happy Saturday and maybe Sunday for some soon. Today, our topic is about, as usual, Muslims they fabricate lies in order to support their belief, which mean they don't believe because if you believe, why you want to lie? If you believe, you know what I mean? Like, if I believe that Muhammad is a prophet, truly he is a prophet, do I need to lie to believe? How that can make me a believer? So today we will show you that religious Muslims are not what you think. You see, usually when we say a religious person, we mean someone he is decent, he is truthful. There is no way he will lie. I mean, he is religious. But my experience with Mohammedans, that the more your beard is longer, the more a big fat liar you are. And that's why if you see in the chat or in the text, people they say, Islam without lies dies. Well, prove me wrong. And I challenge the Muslims to prove me wrong in this case. I did not open Discord yet, but let us hope that today our broadcast will not be bad and the software will not play with us, and we will have a good connection. Should I open Discord? I'm not sure. Let me open Discord. I did not open it yet. And we will see if before we start, if we can get some Abduls to join us. Okay, I just opened Discord. Let us see if the people can hear me. Am I heard in Discord? Do you guys hear me in Discord? Anyone? I think they still cannot hear me in Discord, as usual. Let me exit. You guys hear me? Discord, mayday. Nobody hear me. All right. Let us do this. Always I have to exit and come back, like sometime, couple of times, in order to be heard in Discord. Am I heard, guys? All right. Sound good. Now they can hear me. Well, shaitan, he pee in their ears. That's why they cannot hear me. So, I found this video. Actually, I did not find it. A Muslim, he contacted me and he said, there is no way. He said, there is many things I said they check out to be true. But that is not enough for him to leave Islam. And then he gave me this video and he said, how you can answer this? I mean, come on. How a prophet, he is not a prophet, yet he is not educated. He don't even have elementary school. He don't even know how to write, how to read. He knew something just was discovered by scientists, the top scientists in the world. How you can explain that? You cannot go around this, So, and he gave me a link for this video. The channel name, Islam, the Ultimate Peace. Now here we see that Islam is very ultimate peace, and the Prophet, for sure, is all about peace. This is why he split the women two pieces apart when she's alive, even though she is over 86 years old, because Islam is ultimate peace. And he says, kill them wherever you find them, cut their necks, cut their fingertips, torture them, because Islam is ultimate peace. And because Muhammad is ultimate peace, peace be upon him, he commanded Muslims to torture, and he himself, he put nails in the eyes of non-Muslims and he cut their hands and their feet to torture them. However, Islam is ultimate peace. Now, I'm not going to play the whole videos because, I mean, the video, all of it is 3 minutes anyway. But look what they do and look how they scam people. So look what they did. In CNN, they have a video. What the Muslim made out of the video? Totally different topic. If you read the title, read with me carefully. It says, scientists prove Quran is true. Sun will rise from the west. First of all, the one who made the video is an idiot, because that is not in the Quran, you idiot. This is in the Hadith. Secondly, the same story you mentioned, it's proving Islam, is the same story disapproving Islam and proving Muhammad to be false. But look at the dirty game they play. Did the video really, which you see in the front of you on the screen, says that the earth will rotate, change its rotation, and the sun will rise from the west? Is that what the video says on CNN? Look what they do. They copy the first part of the video. The first part of the video. They did not play the rest because that would expose their lies. Listen carefully. If you cannot see my screen, you can go to YouTube. Go to YouTube, guys. Discord is just for Muslims to call me. All right? Discord is just for Muslims to call me. If there is a Muslim who would like to join, feel free, but not now. Let us play the video first. Make a comment. You know, we go from there. So listen to this video. How Muslims, they lie. A lying followers of Muhammad, like Muhammad.
Well, this morning we are learning about a shift in the Earth's inner core that sounds like the plot of a Hollywood blockbuster. Scientists say our planet's solid core, which is actually disconnected from the rest of the Earth's layers, may actually have stopped rotating and could even reverse course. This is a new study.
The Prophet Muhammad
See here, they cut the video. But if you notice what the video said, the inner of the earth, the inner, not the earth. And now the Muslim, he will tell you what Muhammad said.
he says, Allah will continue to accept the repentance of one of you until the sun comes out of the west.
Oh boy.
Until the sun rises from the west. When it rises from the west, it's sealed on the hearts of people. That's it.
Oh my God, the core of the earth is spinning backwards. And sure enough, the core seems to be about to spin backwards.
That day, when people...
So what the video in CNN talking about, that there is a study, it's possible, not confirmed, it's a study, that it's possible that the core of the earth, not the earth, this is the original video from the CNN, I have it listed down in the info, have nothing to do with the sun rising from the east or the west, have nothing to do with the earth changing its course. This is the core of the earth, the liquid inside the earth. So you see how they lie? Watch with me.
About a shift in the Earth's inner core that sounds like the plot of a Hollywood blockbuster. Scientists say our planet's solid core, which is actually disconnected from the rest of the Earth's layers, may actually have stopped rotating and could even reverse course. This is a new study. It was published Monday in the journal Nature Geoscience, and its authors, who are based in Beijing, took a very close look at the seismic waves from earthquakes that have passed through our planet's course since the 1960s, and that is how they were able to calculate the speed at which the inner core is spinning. Are you confused? I am. We're going to get to understand this a little bit better with our guest. Let's bring in Michio Kaku, who's a professor of theoretical physics at the City University of New York. Professor, good morning. Thank you.
Morning. Glad to be on.
What does this mean?
Well, at first it sounds like something from a Hollywood movie.
Right.
The script says, oh my God, the core of the earth is spinning backwards. I mean, this is worse than...
See, what is going to spin? The core of the earth. The core of the earth. Listen carefully.
Having a tsunami or an earthquake, the stability of what you walk on is at stake. Now, this report comes not from Hollywood. It comes from reputable scientists at Beijing University that analyze echoes. When an earthquake takes place, shock waves go reverberating around the inside of the earth. And by analyzing these echoes with computers, you can recreate a model of the inside of the earth. And sure enough, the core seems to be about to spin backwards.
Okay, but I read that this happens every 70 years, so we don't need to be alarmed?
That's right. The bad news is that we know very little about the core of the earth, very little about what's underneath our feet. The good news is probably there's nothing to worry about, in the sense that roughly every 70 years or so, we're not sure, the center of the earth does seem to go backwards. If this is the core, this is the crust of the earth that we live on,
yes.
This is the core of the earth, the core could move independently of the crust. That's the key.
So the part we're on never moves in reverse.
Yeah, so the core of the Earth sits in a pool of like molasses, and it's able to spin independently of the crust of the Earth. So, in other words, don't lose any sleep over this.
Which means nothing will happen. And it happened every 70 years. This has happened every 70 years. Guys, do you hear me? Every 70 years, this happened. Not at the end of the time. And this is not about the Earth changing direction. And what the Muslim video says, the sun at the end of the time will appear from the west. You see that, Abdul? Do you see how they lie? I mean, do you see how they lie? Not only that, they start posting in the internet, like NASA publish that the Earth is going, the sun is going to appear from the west, and the Earth is just switching its core. And, you know, Christian Prince, he got them busted. This is AFP, and they check the facts. Fact check. I have the link for you too, down in the info of the video. NASA confirmed the sun could rise from the west. NASA confirmed it. Okay. As long as NASA confirmed it, it must be true. Fact check. Never happened. NASA refute, it confirmed that the possible of the sun rising from the west. And here they are giving you the name of the article, and the Muslim, they publish it in Thailand, publish it everywhere in every language. Facebook post shared thousands of times claim that USA Space Agency, NASA, announced the possible of sun rising from the west, which is caused by Earth spinning in the opposite direction, and a sign of doomsday. So you see, this is the Islamic doomsday. Okay, so approaching contact by AFP, NASA said the claim was false. The claim was what? Potatoes. Abdul. I mean, you cannot be a Muslim unless you, I call you Abdul for a reason. I call you Abdul for a reason. You are a slave of your stupid lies, you idiot. I mean, do you have a shame? And look, in the Muslim article says, the photo shows the sun rising over the ocean. NASA confirmed possibility that the sun rising, the Thai language text supposed on a picture needs. NASA confirmed the possibility of the sun rising from the west. The Earth is spinning in the opposite direction, which causes blah, 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 blah. I mean, you can read the rest. And obviously, this is absolutely false. And this is false post by Muslims. And as always, you check who is the one who posts the article. You will find his name is Abdul Halim, or Muhammad bin Susu Dudu, or Ali Dawah Dudu Wawa, you know. The Islam cannot exist without lying. But you see, now let us check what Muhammad said. Did Muhammad even say the Earth would change rotation? You see in the video, the Muslim, they speak about the Earth switching rotation, the sun rising from the west. How? Wow, because the Earth switch rotation. Muhammad, he said the opposite. Muhammad, the idiot Muhammad, I can't call him better. He claimed that the Earth would not change anything. It is the sun changing direction. So if we go on, you know, Muhammad, he claimed there is something called the signs of the hour. The signs of the hour. All right. And according to Muhammad, the signs of the hour, there is a beast will come from the ground, you know, and this is in the Quran, chapter 27, verse number 82. And, you know, the sun rising instead of from the east is going to rise from the west. So if we go in the hadith, look for this, what Muhammad said, we will find this. You see, Muslims, we don't do Photoshop. to expose your prophet. Not like you. We use what your prophet said, approved by you, taught by you, printed by you, translated by you. So Muhammad, he said, let us see if we can find the hadith here. The signs of the day of judgment, read with me carefully. Chapter, the rising of the sun from the west. The place of it is sitting. Guys, do you see the science? The place of it is sitting. Sound familiar? Anyone remember where the sun set? The Quran tells us the sun set in a muddy spring, boiling water. My friend, if you cannot see, go to YouTube. We are keeping Discord just for people to call. Go to YouTube or go to Rumble. Very easy. Discord is just to call me. Are you going to call me? We want Muslim to call me, so don't complain, please. The admin maybe can post for them the, Okay. Because my internet is not doing good these days, I don't know why. So, if I share the screen, it might make it, go bad. It's enough. We are in 3 places. So in chapter 18, verse number 86, Muhammad, he said, not me. This is not me saying that. This is not my translation, Abdul. Let us see this translation of who? Muhammad Hilali and Muhammad Khan from Pakistan. I mean, it cannot get better than this. I mean, come on, Muhammad Hilali and Muhammad Khan. This is not Christian Prince translation. Do you understand the situation? So here, Zulqarnain, which is Alexander the Great, he keep going, like walking down street, la 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 la, la 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 la, until he reached the sitting place of the sun. So the stupid Muhammad teaching his stupid followers that the sun have a sitting place. Do you see it? The sun have a sitting place. Going back to the hadith, read carefully. The place of it is sitting. So Muhammad, he said, the first sign to appear, this is the day of judgment, will be at the rising of the sun from the west. Who is going to rise? Who is going to change courses? Is it the earth? No. Now here, it's not, I mean, it just say the sun will rise from the west. Maybe the earth will change course and that will make the sun appear from the other direction. No. You see, if we go and read carefully, we will see Muhammad, as usual, Muhammad, he make a lot of poo-poo. And that's why the Muslims, they try always, to cover up the stupidity of Muhammad and his lies. So if you go, let us see here. If we type here, Muhammad, he explained to us, in fact, in a very scientific details, that the sun is the one is moving around us, not the earth moving around itself. So here Abu Dhar, which means the father of the ants, was sitting behind the messenger of Allah, who was riding a donkey while the sun was setting. He asked, who's asking Muhammad? See, Muhammad, he liked to show off, like he have knowledge, like. So Muhammad, he said to his companion, here, Abdul, do you know where the sun goes and set? The Abdul, for sure he do not know. I mean, he's just the Abdul. The Prophet, he knows everything. So he replied, says, Allah and his apostle knows best. You see here, the Muslims, they claim that they are monotheists, but they just associated a knowledge of a man with the knowledge of God, that both are equal and they have the best of knowledge. It turned to be Muhammad and Allah is equal in knowledge. Allah and his apostle knows best. And then Muhammad, he said, and look at the science here. He said it's set in a spring of boiling water, not warm. Translation is false. Hamiya is very, very hot, to the point the Quran described the word, the hell by Hamiya, you know. So he says, فَأُمُّهُ حَامِيَةٌ. So Muhammad now, he told us that the sun set in murky water, which is boiling, blazing hot, and it is the sun is moving, not the earth going around itself. Now, maybe someone will say this is not enough. Okay, let us find more. Just to confirm that we are not mistaken, you know. This is Muhammad, Dudu, police be upon him. Read with me carefully. I asked the Prophet about the statement of Allah, and the sun runs on a fixed course, a term decree, chapter 36, verse number 38. Now listen carefully. Who can explain the Quran better than the one who fabricated the Quran? Nobody. Let us be honest here, Abdul. If you can't be honest for a second. I mean, this is not against, I know I'm asking you for so much against your nature, but let us assume you are honest for a second, which is maybe not a good thing to assume. But for the sake of assuming, who knows what the Quran means better than Allah, Prophet? Nobody. Allah taught him. So he said, the guy is asking about the Quran 36, 38. So he said, okay, well, let me explain to you. Its course is underneath Allah's throne. Between two brackets, prostration of the sun, trees, stars mentioned in the Quran Hadith does not mean like our prostration, but mean there is object obedience to the Creator. Here, this is Al-Bukhari, and you will notice that in Al-Bukhari did not say that in Arabic. To make it simple for you, all of this you see here is not in the Hadith, is the fabrication of the Muslims. All of this, the highlight, is not in Arabic. If we translate the Arabic, okay, it's a different story.
I asked the Prophet, may God's prayers and peace be upon him, about the Almighty's saying, and the sun runs to a resting place for it. He said, its resting place is under the throne.
Okay. So you see the English translation, they add a lot of words trying to cover up the stupidity of Muhammad. However, let us continue. We are not done. And by the way, this is Al-Bukhari 4803. And this is again Al-Bukhari 7433. And this is Tirmidhi. But let us see more. We want to have more details. This is a better details to understand what the potato Muhammad is talking about. It was narrated on the authority of Abu Dhar that the messenger of Allah one day said, "Oh Abu Dhar, do you know where the sun goes?" And here you notice that the one is going is the sun. It's not the earth moving. All right. Do we have a Muslim in Discord? If there's any Muslim in Discord, like the one who's putting his hand up, are you a Muslim? Are you a Muslim? If you are a Muslim, you are welcome to join us. Go ahead, Islamic Flex.
Can you hear me, Christian?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, good. Is your topic about Tawheed? I hear a lot of that in the comments.
You what?
You want to talk about Tawheed?
No, I don't care about your Tawheed. We are talking about the science of your Prophet, How he discovered that the sun set in a murky, muddy, boiling water, and he claimed the sun moving every day from the east to the west. So what do you think?
So which one do you want to talk about, my friend?
I just told you.
Both of them, or which one?
Which one? What do you mean, which one of them? I didn't say two.
Do you want to talk about the sun setting in a murky water, or do you want to talk about the boiling water, or do you want to talk about
the same topic? It's the same topic, because the sun, according to your prophet, is moving every day from the east to the west until the day of judgment, and the sun then, Allah will not allow the sun to go back from the same direction, so it's going to rise from the west. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're asking me to explain how does the sun move from the east to the west, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Can you tell me the issue? Can you tell me the issue?
The issue, is it true what your prophet is saying, that the sun moves every day from the east to the west, or the sun doesn't move anywhere? This is the earth going around itself and our axis, its axis, and that makes the sun appear to be it's moving from every day from the east to the west. So which one is true? Is what your prophet said, claiming that the sun will do this every day?
By the way, can I get the hadith so I can read it?
Read it, go ahead, it's in front of you.
No, like the source.
The source?
Yeah.
This is Da'if hadith.
Huh?
This is the book Da'if, the name of the book, the Da'if hadith.
What are you talking about? Can I get the book name or no?
I am giving you the name. The book of the hadith is called
You're
Da'if.
on sunnah.com. There's no book on there that's called Da'if hadith.
In sunnah.com there's no hadith is Da'if.
I didn't say that. Okay, Sahih Muslim 159A. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's read this. Yeah. Do you know where the song goes? They replied, Allah is apostle, no bust. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so they replied, Allah is apostle, no bust. He, the Holy Prophet, observed, verily, the sun glides till it reaches its resting place under the throne. Then it falls prostrate and remains there until it is asked, rise up and go to the place whence you came. And it goes back and continues emerging from its rising place. And then it glides till it reaches its place of rest under the throne and falls under prostration and remains in that state until it is asked to rise up and return to the place where you came. And it returns and emerges out from its rising place, and it glides in such a normal way that people do not discern anything till it reaches its resting place under the throne. Then it would be said to it, rise up and emerge from the rest placing of your rest. It will rise from the place of its setting. The Messenger of Allah ﷺ said, do you know when it would happen? It would happen at the time when faith will not benefit one who has not previously believed or has derived no good from the faith. Okay, so right here, this is the authority of Abu Dhar that the Prophet ﷺ said, right? And then we read here at the end of the hadith, right? It says, rise up and emerge out from the place of your setting. And it will rise from the place of its setting. The Prophet said, do you know when it would happen? It would happen at the time when faith will not benefit one who has not previously believed or has derived no good from the faith, right? So this happens, and it's not happening right now. Right, because the Prophet specifically asking a question and answering himself, right? Because he says himself, do you know when it would happen? So this is not something that has happened, right? It says, do you know when it would happen? It would happen at the time when faith will not benefit one who has not previously believed or has derived no good from faith.
What exactly he meant, which part of the movement will happen at the day of judgment? Is it the sun moving every day, or the sun...
Did I say judgment? Did I say day of judgment?
Or the sun will rise from the west? This is what will happen at the end of the day. At the end of
but we're not talking about the sun rising from the west here. I don't see that over here.
You didn't see it?
Where does it say east and west here? What are you talking about?
Okay, well here, if you read carefully, it says that the sun every day will be emerging normally, going in a course, and then Allah will not allow it to emerge as normal way, will order it to go back from where it's come from, which mean is going to rise from the west. If this is not enough for you to understand, I can find you other hadith. Do you want me to find you another hadith to make it more clear for you?
Yeah, but this is happening, and the Prophet says it would happen at the time when faith will not benefit one who has not previously believed or has derived no good from faith. right? So this is something definitely that's not happening right now, right? Because we don't see this
No,
today. And we read that
in the first part of the hadith, it's happening right now that the sun every day goes from the east to the west. That's what your prophet is saying, correct? Every day goes from the
so
east.
again, it doesn't say that in here. I don't see where it says east and west in
Okay,
here.
let us show you. All right, we will show you.
No hadith, no hadith. No.
We will show you more so you can see with me.
Let's see more. Yalla.
All right. Let us see.
هذه تجري. Yeah.
I'm just looking for, there's tons of hadith, your prophet, he made many, so we can use them to understand better. All right, so here you see, as an example here, it says, read with me carefully, this is Al-Bukhari. Can you read it?
Bukhari 3199, let me get it real quick.
It's on the screen, read it. There's no need to waste time.
Bukhari says, the Prophet asked me at sunset, do you know where the sun goes at the time of sunset? I replied, Allah and His Apostle know better. He said, it goes till it prostrates itself underneath the throne and takes the permission to rise again. And it is permitted, and then a time will come when it will be able to prostrate itself, for this prostration will not be accepted. And it will ask permission to go on its course, but it will not be permitted. But it will be ordered to return once it has come, when it has come, and so it will rise in the west. And that is the interpretation of the statement of Allah, and the sun runs its fixed course for a term decreed. That is the decree of Allah Jalla Ala, the exalted and might, the all-knowing, right? So again, like when we see here where it rises in the west, right? We agree, and I already told you that this is going to be something towards the end of the times, right? And when the sun is setting and everything, like when it goes to the west, this is going to be something during the end of times, right? And just so you know, right, like we're not like very, very far from Allah's throne.
No, don't go there now. This is not an issue now. Listen,
yeah, I'm just telling you, right?
In the beginning, you argue that it doesn't say the word west. Now we have the word west, right? So according to your prophet,
that doesn't change my answer.
Okay, according to your prophet, every day the sun goes from the east to the west. Do we agree? That's what it says. The moon.
What?
The sun itself is moving every day from the east to the west. Do we agree? Every day. This is happening right now.
Yeah, that's a false interpretation.
This is a false interpretation?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like you're interpreting it as if like the prophet is saying like the sun is the one moving, right? He's just saying
Guys,
like what he means.
Read it. It says, I replied, Allah and His Apostle knows best. He said, it goes, i.e. travel, till it's prostrate under itself under the throne. And you are saying to me, this is my interpretation?
Yeah, so again, I don't think you understand by like in and of like itself, like prostrating underneath the throne, right? When it prostrates under I mean, just so you know, right, the sun, like it's not like it moves. You know that, right?
My friend, do you know how to read? It says,
the sun
do you know where the sun goes? Sun what?
Yeah.
Goes.
So,
okay.
At
the time of the sunset, did Muhammad say the sun goes nowhere? No. The man.
I didn't say the sun goes nowhere. I'm saying that the sun it moved and the sun prostrates where it's at.
No. This is not about just prostrating. We're talking about moving every day from the east to the west.
Oh my God! So the east and west. Are you talking about the beginning of the hadith or the middle or the end? Because
both. No, my friend. Hold on. Both. So the sun will keep going every day, non-stop, until the day of judgment, going from the east to the west. This is the course. And go to mustaqarrin laha, which is under the throne, which is where is the water, and the sun goes in the water, which is boiling water. So
no, that's false. I disagree with that. It doesn't have to be directly under the throne, my friend. It just says under the throne. Like I am under God's throne.
Okay. So it doesn't have to be directly?
No, because كل شيء تحت العرش غير الله. So that's.
So if everything is under the throne of Allah, the sun does not need to go anywhere. That means your prophet is lying, because it says clearly.
No, he's saying it prostrates itself underneath the throne. That just means it's prostrating.
No,
right?
Does it say it goes? He says at the sunset. Do you know where the sun goes? He said.
Yeah, he said it travels. Yeah, it travels till it prostrates.
All right. So the word travel mean the sun is going somewhere, correct?
Yeah, the sun moves every day.
All right. The sun move every day?
Yes, I can prove it to you.
From the east to the west.
Okay, are we talking? Okay, let's talk about the East and Western, because I don't think you can deal with the sun prostrating under Allah's or under
No,
Allah's
listen,
throne.
listen. Don't give me in metaphorical, shish kebab. I'm asking you.
What do you mean metaphorical shish kebab? What are you talking about?
Okay, I'm asking you. Do the sun goes every day from the east to the west according to your religion? Yes or no?
Yeah, this is going to be in our perspective. Yes.
This doesn't say in perspective. It says it goes.
It doesn't have to say. That's the zahir of it, actually. The zahir
No,
of it.
it says okay. It says clearly that the sun is moving. This is not about perspective. The prophet, he did not say, "Oh, this is how we see it." He did not say, "This is how you see it." He said, "It goes every day." Correct.
The sun moves every day. Yes.
Okay. So do the sun move every day from the east to the west?
Yeah, this is going to be in our perspective, but the east and west.
He keeps saying that. So are you saying to me your prophet is deceiving us more because our
he's not deceiving us? Actually, he's being very clear, because he has very good fusha, and I'm gonna read the Arabic to you, and I want you to tell me
where we can find the word perspective.
Yeah, this is from it's an axiom in the Arabic. It's very clear. It's very muhkama. So can I read it to you?
Okay, go read it.
Okay, let's see if you understand Arabic, right? Without looking at the English. Tell me the zahir of the Arabic. Perfect. قلت الله ورسوله أعلم. Sorry, let me hear. قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم لأبي ذر حين غربت الشمس تدري أين تذهب؟ قلت الله ورسوله أعلم. قال فإنها تذهب حتى تسجد تحت العرش فتستأذن فيؤذن لها ويوشك أن تسجد فلا يقبل منها. Okay, I hope you're understanding now, right? وتستأذن فلا يؤذن لها. He asked for permission, Allah will not let it. يقال لها ارجعي من حيث جئت. Go back to where you have been. فتطلع من مغربها فذلك قوله تعالى والشمس تجري لمستقر لها ذلك تقدير العزيز الحليم. So the zahir we see is that the Prophet ﷺ is actually speaking of our perspective.
Guys,
right? The sun.
He keeps saying from our perspective. No, you just said in Arabic. It says to the sun, goes back. يقال لها ارجعي من حيث جئتي. Go back where you came from. Correct?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. The sun moves.
That's mean the sun. Allah is commanding the sun to go back where it's coming from. So your God.
Yes. So that's correct.
So why you are saying to me from our perspective, it's your.
No. From our perspective, the sun rises from the east and then sets in the west.
No. This is not what it says.
That's our perspective.
Hold on. To make it more simple, for everybody. Does the sun ask Allah for permission to raise up again every day from the east until one day?
Yeah.
The sun will not be given permission. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I don't think you know what that means, right? So when God says, but
what do you mean? I mean, it's so easy, man.
Yeah. So the hadith.
Hold on. Okay. Do the sun goes in a muddy water every day?
Go in the muddy water every day?
Yeah, like to sleep under under Allah. There's a lake of water, which is very, very, very blazing hot. And the sun goes every.
It's not a lake. It's just mat. It's not necessarily a lake.
It's just water.
Yeah, it's just mat. Okay. Yeah, we don't know the mortality.
So do the sun goes every day and dump itself in that water? Yes or no?
The answer is no. I don't see the evidence for this.
You don't see the evidence?
No. Now you're running to another point. I already disproved you on that. The sun is under the throne. I am under the throne.
Okay. Let us see.
My house is under the throne.
Let us see who is lying, trying to duct tape his prophet. This is your prophet talking. And everybody will be laughing in a second. You trying to duct tape your prophet. Isn't it? This is your prophet saying that the sun goes every day under the water, dump itself under the water. So let us see here. Let us find the hadith for you. The website is slow because your prophet said clearly that the sun goes every day in the water, which is very hot boiling water. Here we go. Is that your prophet talking or Christian Prince making things up?
Where?
It's in front of you on the screen.
Yeah, what's the hadith so I can just see it?
Read it.
What's the hadith number?
Here, this is Sunan Abi Dawood, hadith number 4002.
Okay, طيب. Here, let me zoom out so I can read it. I was sitting behind the Messenger of Allah ﷺ, who was riding a donkey while the sun was setting. He asked, "Do you know where this sets?" I replied, "Allah and His Messenger and Allah and His Apostle know best." He said, "It sets in a spring of warm water." Right. So there's an issue with what you're saying, right? So there's a different sanad where we have this is actually a weak hadith, and I can prove it to you. So we have a different sanad. One second.
There's what? Different sanad? What does that mean?
What, sanad? You know what sanad means?
No, I do not know. What does that mean?
Sanad means chains of. We have a different chain of narration.
Here it says this is very authentic.
Very authentic. Yeah, it's just sahih and chain. This is according to Al-Albani. Let me give you my evidence.
And it is authentic.
No, it's not, and I can prove it to you.
All right.
So 1 second. So the
it is authentic chain. It is authentic chain, but it's not.
No,
authentic.
it's not.
What?
Yeah. There's something called weak matan. That's possible. Anyways, can I please finish my point?
So hold on. Okay, I will go with you. Is the Quran authentic to you or not?
Can I please make my point?
No, you made your point. You want to say this is.
No, I didn't. I'm trying to prove
want to
say
say this hadith is fabricated by Muslims because Muslims always they lie. I understand that.
I didn't say it's fabricated. Listen,
so is it true or not? Can you make it clear? Is this hadith true or not?
The hadith is irreliable. That doesn't mean it's mawdu'. There's a difference.
Hadith is what?
There's a difference between mawdu' and da'if. Da'if is not mawdu'. Da'if is weak.
This one is correct. Yes or no?
This hadith is not correct. It's irreliable. I can prove it to you.
Okay. So why it says authentic?
Yeah, that's Al-Albani's opinion of the chain itself. The chain is authentic. We don't know if okay, the first isnad. 1 second. So it was narrated from Ibrahim at-Taymi by Al-Hakim ibn Utayba, Al-Am'ash, Fudail ibn Ghazwan, Harun ibn Sa'ad, and Musa ibn al-Musayyib, as was stated by Ibn Manda in Al-Iman, volume 2, and then page 926, right? It was narrated with 2 isnads. Okay, they narrated it in 2 isnads.
All right.
Okay? The first isnad is, it was narrated from Al-A'mash, Yunus ibn Ubayd, Musa ibn al-Musayyib, and Harun ibn Sa'ad. In this report, it says that the sun goes and prostrates beneath the throne or before its Lord. There is no mention of a spring of warm water, and it appears in many versions, and there's many versions that will appear. Right? I'm gonna give you some right here.
Let me get you busted.
1 second. So what you're reading is weak, and I can prove it right now.
I have evidence. You have nothing. This is Durar.net, and it says
it's the same thing. Al-Albani is the one saying it's
Silsila Sahiha, the authentic. You see
the chain, right. And who said it? It's Al-Albani.
Where it says that this is da'if. Can you show me in the page? Here we go.
Yeah, Al-Albani thinks it's sahih, but he's wrong.
So guys, the scholar Al-Albani, he is a donkey, but our friend here who don't maybe have high school, he is correcting the Al-Albani. So why?
No, I'm not correcting Al-Albani. Scholars have corrected Al-Albani. And look, where
are the scholars? This is the website of the scholars.
1 second. Look,
this is the website of the scholars. Okay, hold on. You know what? Throw this hadith under the bus. Is the Quran wrong?
Quran's not wrong.
Isn't it the Quran says that the sun set in a muddy boiling water?
No, I don't see where that is.
Chapter 18, verse number 86. And now we will say to me, this is not sahih. The Quran is da'if.
Chapter 18, verse 86. Let's see, guys, if it says that it sets in a boiling hot water.
Let us see. Yep. Absolutely, let us see. Get me busted.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
It's obvious that this
Quran... إذا بلغ, I'm reading. حتى إذا بلغ مغرب الشمس وجدها تغرب في عينين حمئة ووجد عندها قوما قلنا يا ذا القرنين إما أن تعذب وإما أن تتخذ فيهم حسنا. So can you show me where it says like hot or like something like a hot water?
What حمئة mean?
حمئة means dark mud, Habibi.
Okay, Habibi. Listen, don't use the language of Habibi. This is you say to your cousins. Here we are reading your Islamic translation, and I just showed you what your prophet said, about the
Hami'a,
water.
I can show you where Hami'a lisan al-Arab means literally dark mud.
Okay, you see, you try to fix it supposedly, but now you make it more stupid. Because now,
Hami'a does not mean hot.
okay, does it say spring, you idiot?
Yeah, the
Okay,
ayn is the spring.
is mud is a spring?
Spring can be muddy.
Spring is mud or water?
I didn't say I said spring can be muddy.
But it's still water. You said to me this doesn't say water, and we said it is hot. Is that your Muslim translation saying hot?
No, and if it is, it's wrong. Hami'a does not mean hot in this case. No, absolutely not. Hami'a means hot.
Okay, hold on. So now we will go back to Hami'a, but let's focus on this one. So do you agree that the sun goes every day and jump inside the mud?
What? No.
Do you agree that the sun jump every day inside the mud?
No.
What do you mean don't agree? The Quran says that. Are you going to say to me now the Quran is
the Quran is sahih and there's nothing wrong.
Okay, so does it say that the sun set in a muddy, according to you, mud?
It sets in no. According to Al-Qarnayn, alayhi salam, it says, can you tell me what
according to the Qarnayn? This is according to the Qarnayn?
Yes, and I can prove it to you. Because wajadaha, what does wajadaha mean?
No, the one is talking is Allah, and nowhere in
I know, but who is he showing the perspective?
Who is the one who said, where you can find me the word according?
It says, I didn't say according. I said this is according to Dhul Qarnayn because this is what he saw, but Allah is telling us what happened. Because we read here, wajadaha means that he saw it. تَخْرُبُ فِي عَيْنَيْنِ حَمِئَةٍ وَوَجَدَ عِنْدَهَا قَوْمًا. Okay, and he found near it a people. So
okay, hold on.
When we read here, this is his
wujud. Let us start step by step. Does it say he kept going until he reached the sitting place of the sun?
He found it.
No problem. Does it say he kept going until he reached the sitting place of the sun?
What does it say? No, I don't. What are you talking about? He found a spring of muddy water, and then it looked like he's
carefully. Focus with me. Focus. Don't be nervous. Does it say he reached the place? I highlighted the text for you. Does it say he reached the sitting place of the sun?
What? No, I disagree. Like he reached the setting point of the sun, and it appeared to him that it set that way.
It says sitting point in the screen in front of you.
That again, I don't like that translation. It's place point, same thing. I don't.
Okay, so listen. Does it say in the Quran wajadaha? What wajadaha mean?
To see or to find.
To find it. So this is not in appearance. The one is talking is Allah. It's not Dhul Qarnayn.
Yeah. I didn't say Dhul Qarnayn was talking. I said it's his perspective. Allah is the one talking.
Guys, look what happened. We have Muhammad claiming the sun move every day, and we show the reference in the Bukhari in Muslim.
Yeah, I agree that the sun moves according to science, Habib Galbi.
No, the sun doesn't move according to science
every
day. Every day.
Does the sun move? Wait, does the sun? Wait.
We are talking about the daily sun, not the sun moving during the year. We are talking every day. The sun every day goes from point A to point B, and the heat proves it.
I already explained that, and I said this.
No, you did not. You said to me, you lied, and you said this is.
You're pulling up a da'if hadith. Well done.
You said this is from our perspective. Correct. But where in the hadith it says our perspective? Nowhere.
It doesn't have to say it's. It doesn't have to say it's in our perspective. That's a verbatim fallacy, Habib.
Your prophet says it clearly. The sun goes.
Clearly.
The sun.
Yes. In our perspective.
All right. And this is the interpretation for the Quran, chapter 36, verse number 38. So even the Quran confirms the sun. It goes every day.
Yeah, the sun moves every day according to NASA. So, anyways, I don't.
Hold on. According to NASA, FASA, the sun does not go every day anywhere from the east to the west. It's your Quran.
That's literally our basar.
No, read it. This is your prophet saying, do you know where the sun goes? And he said, it goes and prostrate under Allah's throne. You just said to me before that we are under Allah's throne anyway. So the sun does not need to go anywhere. But your prophet says it goes. Do you know where it goes?
I didn't say it doesn't have to go anywhere. No.
Exactly.
1 second.
No, you said that because already we are under Allah's throne. You said that.
Yes, we are under Allah's throne. So well done,
so why
brother.
the sun need to go to be under Allah's throne if we are under the throne anyway?
Where does it say that it's going under the throne? It just says it goes and prostrates.
It says in front of you, it goes and prostrate underneath. Do you see the word underneath?
Yes,
Allah
yes,
throne.
it prostrates
So
underneath
it goes,
the throne. Yeah, when
and
it
then
says
he
it
said,
goes,
and then he
it's just
said,
saying that
and
the
he,
sun's
and then he
moving.
said, fabricator, listen carefully, and then your prophet said, and this is Allah's statement in the Quran, and the sun runs on its fixed course. Do you see it?
Yes, the sun runs on its fixed course.
All right, so your prophet claiming, and this is his interpretation, not mine, that chapter 30x, verse number 38, explain to us the sun going every day from point A to point B, which means from the east to the west, correct?
Yeah, this is our basar, yeah.
Okay, so that is very wrong, and that means your prophet is false.
No, my prophet's not false, and it's very clear what he meant, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's very clear. The sun going every day from the east to the west, every day, and this is the
That's
course
our
of the sun.
basar.
Okay, the word mustaqar, what the word mustaqar mean?
Mustaqar means it's still.
Okay, so the sun, you see, you just get yourself busted and your prophet. So guys, the word mustaqar, hold on. The word mustaqar, according to our friend here, mean to stay still. All right, so now the sun moving from the east to the west, and then there in the murky, muddy water, stay still until the morning, correct?
Sorry? What did you say?
The sun, you said, I asked you what the word mustaqar mean. You said it stays still. Okay, so the sun is moving from the east to the west every day, and then is stay in a place under Allah's throne, prostrating, and it stays still, as you said. So
I don't know what the muddy water has to do with anything, but I don't know what that has to do with anything. But
well, the Quran, sun, hold on, the Quran says so. The Quran says, do you know where the sun goes? The same as the hadith. The Quran confirmed that the sun reached the sitting place of the sun, and he found the sun. And not only that, actually, to make it more clear, he found near it, near what? Near where the sun set, people. So this is a location. This man, he kept going until he reached the farther point of the earth in that direction where the sun set. So he reached the sitting place of the sun. Now in front of
wait. No. It says here, I'm gonna read it to you right now. According to chapter 18, verse 86, it says until he reached the setting point of or setting place of the sun, whichever one, which appeared to him to be setting in a spring of murky water, where he found some people. Okay, and he found some people near the spring. He found people near the spring of murky water. We said, Ya Dhul Qarnayn, either punish them or treat them kindly.
Okay, so now he go and he now, you said to me, you keep saying the word according to him, appear to him, where we can find that word in the Quran?
Wajadaha.
Wajadaha means he found.
Wajadaha means he saw, he found, yes.
Yes, if a find means it's a fact. You don't say he thought, that the Quran says.
Yeah, it's a fact. Yeah, it's a fact.
Exactly. So wrong. Guys, what he found the setting place of the sun.
Yeah, the setting place according to it, that's literally the Zahir. The Zahir is that وَجَدَهَا تَغْرُبُ فِي عَيْنِينِ حَمِيَةٍ وَوَجَدَ عِنْدَهَا قَوْمًا. He saw the sun, or he found the sun setting in a place of murky water. It's a spring of murky water.
You see,
that's literally what he's seen.
In front of everybody, let us examine who is lying here, because one of us is lying.
Hey, let's go.
Either you or me. I said to you that the word water, hamia, mean hot, boiling water. You say, no, you do not know Arabic. You say,
no, hamia is hot. Hamia is not hot.
All right. Let us get the Abdul busted. It's time to punch in the head. Here we go. This is all done. Apologize for being a non-professional liar and ignorant in your religion. This is your scholars, high scholars, not like you, Abdul, in the internet.
Scholars.
Here we go. This is your Islamic scholars. This is Al-Qurtubi. And this is the interpretation. Can you read for people what it says here? Is a Christian prince is lying or you are lying? في عين حامئة. What it mean? Read for us. Read, translate. Water. Yes or no?
Yeah, look, I'm going to read it again. I'm going to translate for you. So, Al-Qurtubi, and you can put the translation on for the people if you want. Qurtubi says very, very clearly, right? حتى إذا بلغ ذو القرنين مغرب الشمس وجدها تغرب في عينين حمئة فاختلفت القراء في قراءة ذلك فقرأه بعض
No. Hold on. Why you don't translate the rest? What happened?
I'm reading the whole thing and I'm
No,
going to try.
you did not.
Where do you want me to go?
You skipped this part.
You told me to start at the very top. I'm at the very top right now.
The very top is the verse. There's no explanation.
No, okay. You see where it says في عين حامية?
No, this is here. Hold on. Does it say in the front of your eyes يعني أنها تغرب في عين ماء حارة? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's referring to a different verse because it says في عين حامية. That one.
Really? Different verse.
The other one says حامية.
Different verse. Okay. So are you saying to me there's different verse in the Quran says that the sun set in a hot water?
When did I say that?
You just said this is referring to different verse.
What? Okay. Take off the translation and read the sentence of it.
Don't skip what you just said. Can you give me the reference?
I said no. I already said no. I answered
you just said, everybody heard you. This is referring
everybody
to
heard me.
You said this is referring to different verse. Everybody heard you.
Yes, the Hami is not in the verse.
Can you show me the different verse?
Again, this could be a hadith. We saw that in the hadith.
You said this is referring to different verse, not different hadith. Don't be a potato, be a man. Did you say everybody heard you?
I'm going to show you.
Everybody heard you saying this is referred to
we are reading
verse.
One second. Al-Qurtubi here is quoting a hadith, ya jahil.
Abdul, you said, you, not me, that this is referring to different verse. You did not say he is quoting a hadith a second ago.
No. 1 second. What I meant by that is that it's referring to something else. It's in the hadith.
That's not in the Quran. said this is referring to different verse. Everybody heard you.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my God. Okay, it's referring to something else.
Okay, hold on. So you said everybody heard you. This is referring.
Everybody heard me.
Okay, hold on. You try to fix it. You said no. You try to fix it. You make it more stupid. You said this is referring to different hadith. Show me the hadith so we can laugh.
Right here. Okay. So we can laugh, right, Habibi? Yallah.
Go ahead.
How do I turn on my screen?
What?
How do I turn on my camera?
It's not possible. Just give you a link. I will put it in the screen. Put the link.
Okay. The same hadith you brought, Abi Dawud 4002.
Abdul, you said to me that the hadith. You said to me the hadith I brought, it is weak. So
yes, it is.
Now you are saying to me that this is sahih because the scholars are using it to prove.
No. Al-Qurtubi brought it. I'm showing you what Al-Qurtubi is bringing it from.
Al-Qurtubi, he brought it because it is da'if.
I don't care. That could be his opinion. I don't care.
This is your opinion. Hold on. Where it says this is Al-Qurtubi.
We just read Tafsir Al-Qurtubi, didn't we?
Just to show you that you are officially stupid, it says this is the reading of the Quran. Do you see it? Translate.
No, yeah. One second. And then it says وَعَامَّةُ قُرَّاءُ الْكُوفَةُ في عين حامية يعني أنها تغرب في عين ماء حارة. This is referring to a hadith.
No, this is a reading of the Quran.
Yeah, the reading of the Quran is
so
above.
Hold on, guys. In the beginning, he said the truth. He said this is referring to different Quran. When I asked him for the Quran, he said no, it's hadith. Quran. But look, now he's back
slow.
to say, hold on.
No.
Now it says in the front of us, this is the reading for the Quran to the people of Al-Kufa. So you have different Quran, from the Quran you are reading now, and this is in Al-Kufa and Qura Al-Madina. The Medina have different Quran saying Aynun Hamiyah, not Hamiyah. And then you said to me, and everybody heard you, and it's recorded, that the word Hamiyah.
Recorded.
Hold on. You said that the word Hamiyah does not mean boiling water, and you said to me you can go to dictionary.
It does not.
And you said to me you can go to dictionary, and we can go to dictionary, and we get you busted again. But now it's confirmed.
This isn't a dictionary, anyways. We don't really care.
But now it's confirmed that Hamiyah is Hamiyah, which means blazing hot. Do you want to apologize? Okay, here I want you to translate this part for us here so we can laugh more. Read it.
فقال ابن عباس إنها عين حمئة قال فجعل كعبا بينهما قال فأرسل إلى كعب الأحبر فسأله فقال كعب أما الشمس فإنها تغيب في ثأط فكانت على ما قال ابن عباس والثأط الطين نعم yes الطين and by just so I know where the reference is, can I get the tafsir?
So now Does the sun...
Can I get the tafsir?
This is the tafsir in front of you. We are reading tafsir.
Yeah, Ibn Kathir actually, he explains.
You want Ibn Kathir?
I don't care who it is, but like
No,
Ibn Kathir says that.
Do you accept Ibn Kathir?
Of course.
Of course. So if we show Ibn
Ibn Kathir actually refutes you.
Okay, hold on. If we show Ibn Kathir, do you promise me you will not say no?
Huh?
Do you promise me that you will not say no for Ibn Kathir?
Regarding what?
The tafsir, whatever Ibn Kathir he say, are you going to accept?
Accept? It depends what it is.
Depends. So like now we are we pick up as we wish. So if Ibn Kathir support what I am saying, I will accept him. If Ibn Kathir don't support me, I will not accept him. Is that correct?
No, if Ibn Kathir is wrong, objectively, I will tell you he's wrong. But here Ibn Kathir says...
So why you are... So hold on. Okay, so why you want to quote Ibn Kathir if you don't believe Ibn Kathir is right?
When did I say he's wrong?
I just say to you, if we show Ibn Kathir, do you accept what he says?
I said it depends.
It depends in what?
It depends on if he's correct. If he's getting correct
so why
sunnah, if the sunnah is not da'if. Why
you are mentioning me his name if this guy, it might be wrong, he might be right, and it's you who decide.
Ibn Kathir explains it. Ibn
Kathir higher in the authority than you, or you are higher than him?
Oh my God. Just, look, let me read you what Ibn Kathir says. Okay,
no, listen,
Ibn Kathir
we will
says...
go to Ibn Kathir, but I want you to say to everybody, do you accept Ibn Kathir before we put it in the screen?
I accept him if he's correct, yes.
So you are a hypocrite.
How am I a hypocrite?
Because there's no way you are asking me to quote him if you don't trust him. So what do you mean he's correct?
No, when did I say I don't? He's thiqa. He's thiqa. But I'm telling you, every mufassir makes mistakes.
Oh, okay.
Right?
So okay. So guys, every mufassir, everyone who explained the Quran make mistake. So now, according to you, there is zero mufassir can be truthful, because all of you do mistakes when you understand the Quran, because the Quran is a stupid book.
That's I don't know how you got to that conclusion.
Okay, according to Ibn Kathir, is the word hamia mean hot water?
No.
No?
Ibn Kathir says it's mud, Habibi.
It is mud.
Yeah, Ibn Kathir says that, Habibi.
Okay. So
can I show you? You're scared now.
I like it when you say Habibi.
Yes. Can I show you now, Habibi?
Okay, hold on.
Can I show you?
Mr. Habibi, listen. So,
Mr. Habibi,
can you read for me what Ibn Kathir says? I will put it in the screen and everybody will die laughing at you. Please.
Yeah, again, he's getting it from the Hamiya one's from
this
a hadith.
This is Ibn Kathir. Hold on. This is Ibn Kathir.
I'm reading Ibn Kathir right now.
All right. This is Ibn Kathir in the screen. Can you read for me what Ibn Kathir he says that here it says والحمئة مشتقة من على إحدى القراءتين من الحماءة وهو الطين. And then he continues saying here قال نافع وسأل عنها كعب الأحبار فقال أنتم أعلم بالقرآن مني ولكني أجدها في الكتاب تغيب في طينة سوداء. Can you translate?
Which part? وسأل عنها كعب الأحبار فقال أنتم أعلم بالقرآن. He says he asked كعب الأحبار, he asked وسئل عنها he asked about it. Okay. And then he said أنتم أعلم بالقرآن مني, you guys are more knowledgeable about the Quran from me. ولكني أجدها في الكتاب تغيب في طينة سوداء.
Which book he mean?
Huh?
Which book he mean? He found it in the book. It is sitting down in a black.
Where is sitting down? Like I'm trying to find that part. You have to show me the whole part.
تغيب في طينة سوداء.
Yeah. See. Yeah. Exactly.
Translate,
and Ibn Kathir actually
translate.
Yeah, like it sets in a muddy water. Yeah. What's the issue?
Okay, but you just said to me this is not what happened. And then if we continue, read carefully. وقال علي ابن أبي طلحة عن ابن عباس وجدها تغرب في عين حامية يعني حارة. Translate.
وقال علي ابن أبي طلحة عن ابن عباس وجدها تغرب في عين حامية يعني حارة.
All right.
Yeah, so the spring that the sun is looking like it's setting in is hot water.
Where it says looking like?
In Tafsir ibn Kathir, we're looking at it right
All
now.
right. So Ibn Kathir is adding words to the Quran, but it's not
No,
there.
he's not adding words. Yeah,
Can you
no,
show me the word it looked like in the Quran?
No, that's called. You know what that's called? That's called a false.
All right.
What is it called?
Okay, hold on.
What is that called?
Hold on.
Oh,
Okay.
that's what I thought.
This is your
Ibn
prophet.
Kathir says,
Read for me. Read.
منظرها. Wait, منظرها. 1 second. Let me read. Why are you nervous? Why you guys always shaking, the Christians? You're all like, it's always like اهتزاز. You guys have to calm down. Ibn Kathir says, رأى الشمس في منظرها تغرب في البحر المحيط. Boom.
Hold on, hold on.
وهذا شأن كل من انتهى إلى ساحله.
Listen.
يراها كأنها تغرب فيه. يراها كأنها تغرب فيه. وهي لا تفارق الفلك الرابع الذي هي مثبتة فيه لا تفارقه. So here Ibn Kathir makes it very clear.
Just to make it simple. You say you agree with Ibn Kathir if he's right. You disagree with him if he's wrong, because many tafsir they make mistakes. Now Ibn Kathir, who came hundreds of years after the Prophet, living between the Christians in Syria, and he is connected to the Greek science, he knew now that this is stupid, there's no way it's true. So Ibn Kathir is a moderate, supposed scholar, saying such a thing, which is not what the Quran is saying. But look what happened now. As long you say it, do you agree with Ibn Kathir what he said?
Yeah, I do.
All right. So now, as long as you agree with Ibn Kathir, guys, be my witness. So now, does it say that in Ibn Kathir, in front of us, that it says that this is a reading of the Quran, this is a different reading of the Quran?
Yeah, it does.
All right. So where we can find the verse which says, وَجَدَهَا تَغْرِبُ فِي عَيْنٍ حَامِيَةٍ, which you said to me, it's a weak hadith.
Yeah. So when it says وَجَدَهَا تَغْرِبُ فِي عَيْنٍ حَامِيَةٍ, that's also found in a hadith, a weak hadith. But
no.
The
where
point is,
in the Quran we can find this?
It's in a different qira'ah.
What? Okay, different qira'ah. That means Quran.
Huh?
That means Quran.
That it's not a different Quran, it's just a different recitation.
Different Quran. Yes, it's a, you guys, he said to me, different reading of the Quran. So there is a different Quran saying وَجَدَهَا تَغْرِبُ فِي عَيْنٍ حَامِيَةٍ, but it's you yourself who said to me that this is a weak hadith.
Yeah, you know why I said that? Because this is quoted in a weak hadith.
Hold on.
Because I thought you were trying.
How it is a weak?
Okay,
now look, guys, look what happened. He accepted Ibn Kathir, and now he accepted
this is weak
that.
Right here.
Hold on. You accepted Ibn Kathir, whatever is in the page is in the page, and now Ibn Kathir is saying this is different reading for the Quran. But when I showed you this, you said this is wrong, this is fake, this is not true. Let us read it again. This
hadith is weak. Yes.
No, this hadith is not weak because the hadith.
I can prove it.
The hadith is just copying the Quran.
No, it's not.
How it's weak if it says? I replied, Allah and His Apostle knows best. He said it said in a spring of warm water.
Yeah, that's wrong, and I'll tell you how.
But it's the Quran. What? Ibn Kathir just said this is the verse in the Quran. It's different reading of the Quran.
No, he's not referring. No, there's an actual qira'ah.
No, you said, you agreed with me a second ago. You said, yes, this is different reading of the Quran.
No, not this hadith. The verse that he's quoting.
Yes, who care about the hadith now? Listen carefully. What we care for, the Prophet said here, he said, it's set in a spring of warm water. Is this statement here, is it a da'if or this is Quran?
Yeah, so here it's da'if because the hadith here is...
No, listen. This, I'm not talking about the hadith now.
You don't let people talk. Like, why
don't be a potato. It's set in a spring of warm water. Is that Quran now or this is hadith?
No, this is the weak hadith because this is saying the sun always sets.
This is what Ibn Kathir said. He said this is Quran.
No, Ibn Kathir quotes a verse from a different qira'ah that says that the sun looks like it is being said.
Different qira'ah. For those who do not know what qira'ah mean, it's mean different reading of the Quran. So different reading of the Quran, which means Quran. This is not hadith no more. And you accept Ibn Kathir and you cannot take back.
I do accept Ibn Kathir. He's correct.
Right.
Here, yes.
So Ibn Kathir, he says this is different reading of the Quran. Different reading. وَجَدَهَا تَغْرِبُ. Okay, hold on. Let us make it more simple. When Ibn Abbas, he says this is a reading, he said وَجَدَهَا تَغْرِبُ فِي عَيْنٍ حَامِيَةٍ. Can you translate?
Yeah, and he found it. I'm about to sneeze. He found it. He found it setting in a muddy water.
Okay. You said to me that you speak good Arabic, and I'm wrong about hot water. But now you are saying to me that one verse in the Quran saying it is mud, other verse in the Quran saying it is water. This is how
correct. Hamia means mud. Hamia means hot.
Hold on. No, this is what it says. It says water.
Yeah, I know. The ayn is the water. The hamia is hot.
No, hamia is not mud. Here it says
no.
hot.
I didn't say hamia is mud. You're lying. I said hamia. Hamia is mud. Hamia is hot.
Okay, so are you saying to me the Quran is mistaken twice? One, it says it's mud, and one, it says only water?
No, it doesn't say it's only water. It's a hot, muddy spring.
No, because if hamia mean hot water, and hamia, according to you, mean muddy spring, that means it's different. Here, there's no mud. There's mud. This is the same Quran.
My God.
This is the same Quran, the same prophet. Guys, you just get yourself busted. Why Allah in one verse in the Quran? Okay, where we can find this verse in the Quran right now? Remember, you said to me this is the da'if hadith where nowhere this is not true. So according to you, 15 minutes ago, this you never heard that this is Quran before, correct?
Huh?
Have you ever heard before you spoke to me that وجدها تغرب في عين حامية is a Quran?
No, I didn't know there's a Quran verse.
See? So now it is a Quran verse. So how
it is, yeah. I'm not saying it's not.
So how that hadith is weak if this is Quran verse?
I'll tell you. Just don't interrupt the time. The hadith is saying that the Prophet says that the sun is always setting, right? That the sun's always setting in warm water.
Okay.
But
I want you to tell me.
Can I finish my damn answer?
I want you to tell me. Hold on. Which part
of
this?
What is wrong with you? I'm finished. You're such a clown. Can I answer the question?
Which part in this hadith opposing the Quran?
Yeah, the question that is, do you know where this sets? I replied, Allah and His Messenger knows best. He said it sets in a spring of warm water. So this is wrong because the sun doesn't set there. What the Quran is saying that it looks like it's set there one time only, right? That's what makes this weak, right?
Abdul,
because we read
but this is what the
Can you shut up?
You just agreed that this is exactly what the Quran. It's said in a spring of warm water.
No, the Quran doesn't say this.
It says
You're
that.
Such a jahil.
Okay, hold on.
No. The Prophet here is saying that the sun always sets in warm water. Bullshit. He just laughs. He can have a conversation.
Okay, listen. Let us see if it says that or not. You said to me you don't like this translation. You said to me you accept Ibn Kathir. I want to make it sure that Ibn Kathir is always on your side. Do you accept what Ibn Kathir said in that page or not?
Yeah, he's correct. I already told you a million times.
Can you read for me? Can you read for me what let me show you on the screen again what Ibn Kathir he said, and explain to me now. As long you agree, you said you agree, so there's no question about agreeing or not. All right. Now, if we go down here, it says. Can you read for me here?
Where? الشمس حين غابت فقال في نار الله الحامي. There's something covering the letter.
So what? Where the sun? Where the sun is going?
الشمس حين غابت فقال في نار الله حامية في نار الله الحامية لولا ما يزعها من أمر الله لا حرقت ما على الأرض.
And what did it translate for us?
Yeah. So what's your point here?
The sun set in murky water or in fire.
It's just hot water.
No, it says في نار الله الحامية. Read it. Translate.
Oh God. So look again. You're making a mistake here.
Hold on.
Because when it says, let's go above 1 second. قال ابن جرير حدثنا محمد بن المثنى حدثنا يزيد بن هارون أخبرنا العوام حدثني مولى لعبد الله بن عمرو عن عبد الله قال نظر رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إلى الشمس حين غابت فقال في نار الله الحامية. So the Prophet, he looked at the sun and he says that it's in the hot fire.
So is it hot fire or it's hot water or it's hot mud?
Where does it say that the sun was setting here?
حين غابت.
No.
Okay.
No, where does it say it's set? It's set in the water.
When the sun, what fi mean in Arabic? What fi mean?
Fi can mean above or in?
No, in. Thank you, not above. Don't lie.
It can mean, no, it can mean both.
No, it mean in.
It can mean both, but go ahead.
On you use ala, fi is in.
No, fi can mean above as well, so don't be a jahil.
Listen, you are a liar, and now...
can I prove it to you or no? Or are you going to run it?
Okay, shall we use the English translation for the Ibn Kathir?
I don't care. We can use either. I mean, fi is in here, but I'm just telling you.
Is the English translation of Ibn Kathir will agree with you that fi mean on?
No, I'm telling you fi means in here, but it can mean on.
So who cares? No, it doesn't mean that. But now you agreed.
Yes, can I prove it?
So fi, guys, just hold on. Did you just say fi mean in here? In.
Yes, it means in here, yes.
Thank you. So you said to me where it says it's set in. It says that. It says, do you know that it says he found the sun disappearing? He says fi, which means in hot fire of Allah. So look what happened now. Look what happened.
Yeah,
your prophet explaining. Hold on. Your prophet explaining all of this, saying that the sun is moving, the sun is going, the sun is setting, the sun disappearing inside object, either water or mud, or both, or even fire. But we know that all of this is a lie and it's not true. Correct?
I disagree.
You disagree?
Yeah.
And you know, just to show you that your prophet
You're
is
actually
a fraud.
a fool of a lie.
Can
I refute you real quick?
Is it true? Is it true that the Jews told Muhammad that the sun set in murky water? Your prophet, he believed it and he took it and he put it in the Quran?
Huh?
Is it true that the Jews says the sun set in murky water? Your prophet, he believed them and he put it in the Quran?
He didn't copy of them. No, I disagree.
Well, read for me.
Where?
Read it in front of you. Take your medicine.
قال كعب والذي نفس كعب بيده ما سمعت أحدا يقروها كما أنزلت في التوراة غير ابن عباس. فإن نجدها في التوراة تغرب في مدرة سوداء.
Translate and laugh with me.
Yeah, they saw it in the Torah where it sets in the water.
A second ago, I said to you, you're a prophet. He been a fool. He took what the Jews said to him to trap him, and he put it in the Quran.
That's not what he did.
Well, that's not what he did. Does it say in front of you that the Torah says that the sun set in murky water? And this is Ibn Kathir saying that? Can you show me in the Torah? Can you show me in the Torah where it says the sun set in muddy, hot, boiling water?
Yeah, in the Torah we don't see it here today, but maybe back then we do, because the Torah is not the same
as that time. So your prophet is copying others, lying to him because.
Can you prove he's copying?
Oh, very, very easy. You know, I mean, the story of Zulqarnain is about Alexander the Great. Is that correct?
Nope.
All right, guys. He said no. Are you sure?
No.
I
am sure.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
Do you accept Ibn Kathir?
If he says it's Alexander, then no.
What happened? It's the same book.
That doesn't matter. He can be wrong, but I disagree with him there. If he says it's Alexander.
He could be wrong. Okay, hold on. So Ibn Kathir, he says this is Alexander the Great who built the city of Alexandria. What you say? Who is he?
I don't know who. It could be Cyrus the Great, but I don't think it's Alexander.
So who is he?
Who's who?
This guy, Zulqarnain, the guy with the two horns.
Yeah, Zulqarnain. I don't know the exact, but the better position is that it's Cyrus the Great.
What?
Cyrus the Great.
Who said that? Ibn Kathir?
No.
Who said that to you?
What do you mean? It's a very prominent view that it cannot be Alexander the Great.
I'm asking you, who is the one who said that to you?
I can show you Dalil. Do you want to see?
Is that a scholar or this is like Yasser Qadhi?
Yasser Qadhi?
No, it's the standard narrative has holes. So I'm asking you, who is the one who said that? Is it?
Wait.
Let us start one by one. Is it true that Ibn Kathir is saying that according to him, you know, the Jews, they came asking Muhammad about Zulqarnain? Yes or no?
Yeah, they came asking about the Qarnayn.
So why the Jews will ask Muhammad about Dhul Qarnayn? Is that to trap him?
Wait, but the teacher of Ibn Kathir says it's like not Alexander the Great.
Okay. Who is the one who told them that this is Alexander the Great?
It doesn't matter.
Is it your prophet who said that?
My prophet did not say that.
Okay, let us read Ibn Kathir together and apologize for being a liar again. Read it. This is Ibn Kathir, the book you said you chosen, you trust, you said you like what he say. And here we go. Read for us and translate.
أنه كان شابا من الروم وأنه بنى
No, read from the beginning. Read from the beginning so people will see who said that.
Okay. وقد أورد ابن جرير ها هنا والأمور في المغازية حديثا إسناده وهو ضعيف عن عقبة بن عامر أن نفر من اليهود جاءوا يسألون النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. This hadith is ضعيف يا جحش.
First of all, he called me Jahsh, but this is the wife of your prophet, his last name.
It is weak. You bring in a weak hadith, يا جحش. لا يصح.
Hold on.
لا يصح.
Okay, hold on.
لا يصح هذا الحديث يا جندي.
Okay, hold on.
It's لا يصح.
But does it say, let us say it is rejected hadith by Ibn Kathir. Is this hadith accepted by other Muslims?
I don't care if it's accepted. It's wrong.
All right. Let us go on. Let us continue. Let's continue. Here.
He's slow as shit.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. It says here in the same book, the one who is speaking of إنما الذي كان من الروم Alexander الثاني ابن فيلبس المقدوني. Read it.
But it's weak, Habibi, because look what it says right here. It says وفيه. Wait, look, shut up, man. Look what it says. وفيه طول ونكارة. ونكارة.
So
ورفعه لا يصح. لا يصح.
Okay.
أكثر ما فيه أنه من أخبار بني إسرائيل. This is something called إسرائيليات. والعجب أن أبا زرعة الرازي.
A second ago, I said to him, is it true that your prophet is copying the Jews? You said no, but now you are saying that this is what the Jews they say.
Yeah, the Jew. Yeah, well, again, this is weak. So obviously the prophet didn't say this.
So the Muslims are copying the Jews, including your prophet.
Are you slow? I said it's weak.
Who is the one is copying the Jews?
Who said they're copying the Jews? It's just an Israeliyah. But again, it says that it's weak. So it's not this da'if. So somebody's a liar in the chains.
Okay.
Stop playing these games.
Do you read the last part of the page?
I'm not. You want me to just keep reading? What is it, like a reading class?
It says here, yes, it's a reading class. Why he was called Dhul Qarnayn?
لأنه بلغ المشارق والمغارب من حيث يطلع قرن الشمس ويغرب.
Okay, where does the sun come from?
The sun rises in the east.
No, it says there where the horn of the sun come from.
قرن الشمس ويغرب. Yeah.
What that mean? What
قرن الشمس, the horn of the sun.
What horn? The sun have horn?
So are you changing your argument now, Ya Jahsh?
No, don't. Do you want to insult? I will insult your prophet.
You're changing. You're actually changing.
I'm warning you. If you want to insult me, I can insult your prophet so easy.
Yeah, you've been insulting the whole time, Ya Jahsh. So I mean, you're changing your argument now. You're asking, does the sun have a horn? Ya Allah, does the sun have a horn?
No,
Ya Jahsh,
you idiot. Your prophet, he said that the sun rise from between that horn of shaitan, correct? Say yes or no.
Oh my God.
Oh my shaitan. This is your prophet saying. This is your prophet saying that the sun rise from between the two horns of shaitan. Is that correct?
No, Ya Jahsh.
The Jahsh is your mother and your father, son of Muta.
Oh, you're running now, coward.
No, it is you who's calling me names, you idiot. I keep saying to you, don't use bad language, but you keep insulting me. I have to get rid of you. Anyway, we have you recorded. People will die laughing at you. So look, guys, what he said. According to the sun, look at the translation here, by the way. The sun, حيث يطلع قرن الشيطان. So according to the stupid Muhammad, the sun rise from between the two horns of shaitan. Everything Muhammad he teach is superstition and stupid and fictions. Read carefully with me. Is a Christian prince saying that? No. He said, even he forbid them from praying in certain time. Why? Because the sun at that time is rising from between the two horns. Read carefully. the prayer of the hypocrite, the prayer of the hypocrite, the prayer of the hypocrite, Muhammad repeat 3 times, Muslim, they are against Trinity, is that one of them sit until the sun becomes yellow and is between the horn of shaitan. Do you see it? So the stupid Muhammad, he believed that the sun rise every day from between the horn of shaitan, go and sit under the throne of Allah in a muddy water, and this is the movement of the sun. And all of those hadith are authentic. The sun is rising from certain location. The sun is in a location where the sun rise from the horn of shaitan. He said the horn of the sun. When I said to him, what is the horn of the sun? He said, is that a reading class? I said, isn't this the horn of shaitan? And he started calling me names. This is sahih. You will say to me, is da'if? People will die laughing at you. Let us continue the stupidity of Islam. As long you agree with Ibn Kathir, we can go to Ibn Kathir and we can show you a disaster about everything. As an example, I wish I can keep you longer, by the way, but he is just insulting to bounce him. He's doing that on purpose. When they start insulting, it's just to get him out. So look what happened. If we go to Ibn Kathir, and actually let us open the English one instead of this one. Give me a second. You remember in the hadith we showed you where it says chapter 36 in the Quran, and the sun runs into a decrease. Chapter 36 verse number 38. Let us see what Ibn Kathir is saying, and just to show you a bigger disaster, a bigger disaster. Prince Carter, are you a Muslim? You are a Muslim? Hello? Prince, are you a Muslim?
Hello?
Are you a Muslim?
Not really.
Okay, so why you are on the stage? Mr. Not really? All right. So listen carefully. I want to show you how stupid the Quran. So today what we discover, that there's other Quran saying the sun set in murky water. And there's Quran saying, according to the Abdul who was here, there's a Quran saying the sun set in mud. There's 2 Quran. We discovered that today together, reading Ibn Kathir. This is just different reading. But look what happened. If we go now to Ibn Kathir, and let's open Ibn Kathir in English, we have a bigger disaster behind the scenery. So in chapter 36, where is the chapter here? All right. Read and laugh with me. And now what he will say, I don't accept Ibn Kathir. Who care? I will show you different Quran, not only Ibn Kathir. So if we go to Ibn Kathir, to Ibn Kathir, it says here, وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لِمُسْتَقَرٍ لَهَا. The sun runs to its fixed course. And this is Ibn Kathir. Okay, hold on. What happened here? Why? Okay, let us see the page. Just to show you how stupid Islam is, and they keep saying to us Quran is preserved. So all of here it says, look at this. وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لِمُسْتَقَرٍ لَهَا. There is 2 views over the meaning of this phrase, of the phrase. Let us read the first view. It refers to its fixed course of a location. But remember, the guy he just said to us, Ibn Kathir, he don't agree that the sun is moving. But now it's referred to its fixed course of location, which beneath the throne, beyond the earth in that direction. Do you see it? Wherever it goes, it beneath the throne. Who is going? The sun is moving. It and all
Hello?
creation. Hold on, Yahalin. You are a Muslim, Yahalin?
Yes.
All right. Do the sun goes to a fixed course every day?
So basically the sun, yeah, is like under, like on the universe, and like Allah, he has like a throne, and he's like seated on it.
Nice story, but this is not my question. Do the sun goes every day from the east to the west?
Yeah, because like from the point of view of Allah, is, you know, is moving on the other direction.
The point of view of Allah? Why he live with us? He live with us in the earth, so he look at the sun like us. Point of view, so he have a
like from above.
Okay, but if he is from above, he should know that the sun is not moving anywhere.
Yeah, because like he's on the throne, you know, seated, and he's watching, and it's moving, you know.
Okay. So if he is on the throne and he is watching the sun, why he think the sun is moving every day from the east to the west?
Because he tells him to move it. It's on the Quran.
Are you a Muslim?
Yeah.
Can you say Shahada?
Yeah, of course.
Go ahead.
Muhammed Rasulullah.
All right, it sounds like a troll for me. So guys, look at this. This is Ibn Kathir. This is Ibn Kathir, the edit before he said he accept. Read carefully what it says. The verse on its fixed course for a term appointed, the first view. It is referred to its fixed course of location which beneath the throne, beyond the earth, that direction. Wherever it goes, it's beneath the throne, it and all creation, because the throne is a roof of a creation and not a sphere, as many astronomers claim. Rather, it is a dome supported by legs and pillars, carried by angels, and above the universe, above the heads of people. So when the sun is at its zenith at noon, it is the closest position to the throne. And when it runs its fourth orbit, the opposite point of the zenith at the midnight. So is Ibn Kathir now making it so clear that the sun is the one is moving, not from the point of view of Zulqarnain? Absolutely. And look, now he support using the same hadith. I just showed the guy. He's saying, Al-Bukhari recorded Abu Dhar, may Allah be pleased with him, said, I was with the Prophet at the masjid at the sunset. He said, do you know where the sun set? I said, Allah and his apostle knows best. And he said, it goes and prostrate beneath the throne, that what Allah says, and the sun runs to its fixed course for a term. That is a decree of the Almighty, all-knowing. And then he says, and it's reported to, that Abu Dhar, may Allah be pleased with him, he said, I asked the Messenger of Allah about the ayah. وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لِمُسْتَقَرٍ لَهَا. He says, and the sun ran to a fixed course. He said, مُسْتَقَرَّهَا تَحْتُ الْعَرْشِ. He says, its fixed course beneath the throne. The second view, is that refer to when the sun appointed time comes to the end, which will be on the day of resurrection, when its fixed course will be abolished. It will come to halt, and it will be rolled up. This world will come to end, and will be the end of appointed time. And then he continue, and the fixed course, Qatada said, it means it has appointed time. It will be not go beyond that. It will be also said that this is mean keep moving in its summer orbit for a certain time, and does not exceed that. It move to its winter orbit for a certain time, and it does not exceed that. Here, by the way, I want to remind you that the Quran claim that there's two suns, not only one. How? Because the Muhammad, he claimed that Allah is the Lord of the two east and two west. You don't know that this is just sun, and like in the summer, it's a change of rotation of the earth. So he claimed that Allah is the Lord of the two east and the two west. But there is two east and two west? Absolutely false. And then if we continue, let's go back to Ibn Kathir. Here it says, this was narrated by Abu Abdullah bin Amr, may Allah be pleased with him. He says, وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لَا مُسْتَقَرَّ لَهَا. Okay, hold on. Does the sun run to its fixed course or run to no fixed course? Look what happened. Maybe you don't understand. It's the opposite. In the beginning of the verse, it says the sun run to its fixed course. Let's go back to the beginning. Read carefully. وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لِمُسْتَقَرٍ لَهَا. And the sun runs to its fixed course. Okay. Other reading of the Quran, the sun runs to no fixed course. لا مستقر. Which means the opposite. How it can be both correctly? Here it says the sun runs with no fixed course. In the top it says the sun runs to a fixed course. Do you see now the difference between the two Quran? And this is the reading of Ibn Masood. So if the sun runs to a fixed course here, the sun runs on its fixed course. It runs in a fixed course. You see it? We go down. Well, the sun does not run to a fixed course. Which one is true? Is that the preserved Quran? So, meaning that has no destination and it does not settle in one place. Rather, it keeps moving night and day, never slowing down or stopping, as the ayah. MEPPHF, you are a Muslim?
ICP, no, we spoke yesterday. I was the one that believed in science, really.
Okay, so how I can help you?
Well, it was just on the back of our discussion yesterday.
I have no time for this now, just, sorry. So, but here, guys, now we have two Quran. They speak the opposite. One says the sun run to its fixed course, and the other one saying the sun does not run to a fixed course. Both cannot be right because it's different meaning, the opposite. One, it says it runs to a station, and one, it runs non-stop. However, if we go and see what Ibn Kathir said, and remember this guy, he said he accepted Ibn Kathir. This is why I asked him, do you like Ibn Kathir? He said, yeah, as long as he's right. All right. If you go in the Quran, as long as we are speaking about this topic, about the sun, so we need to cover what Muhammad says about the sun movement. In the Quran, Muhammad claimed that the moon, the sun, the day and the night, the moon, the sun, the day and the night, they are doing something. What they are doing? Let us read. According to the smart Muhammad, this is chapter 31, verse 29, chapter 35, verse number 13, and this is the chapter we read already, chapter 36, verse number 40. But here you will see something very unique. Let us check that and see what it is about. 36:40. The sun is not to overtake the moon, nor the night outspace the day, each float on its orbit. Float in its orbit. The reason it says a float, because this is an odd legion. If you go into see the Greek art, you will see that every planet have a ship. They are floating, you know, it's a ship, the zodiac. But if we go here and we check with Ibn Kathir, this verse and the other verses, which we will show you too, chapter 39, verse number 5, it says here, repeating the same thing we saw before. He created the heaven and the earth with reason. He warped the night around the day. He warped the day around the night. And he regulates the sun and the moon, each running along a specific course. Guys, does it say each? Does it say each? Each what? The day, the night. Are you with me? So according to Muhammad, the day and the night is an object. Let us see Ibn Kathir. Maybe Christian Prince is lying. Maybe, you know. I mean, this guy, he lie always, huh? All right. Chapter 39. Actually, the same mention in the Quran in more than one place. If we copy this, let us open the front page. Chapter 13, verse number 2. Chapter 35, verse number 13. Chapter 39, verse number 5. Muhammad repeating the same stupid thing. If we check, you will find a very embarrassing statement. Let us check it out. Let us see 39:5 first. 39. All right. Remember, this is Ibn Kathir. This is not Christian Prince talking. I have nothing to do with what it says here. So you can read the interpretation of Ibn Kathir, and what we will see here, that means Allah, He have subjugated the sun and the moon. Here it says, وَسَخَّرَ الشَّمْسِ. This is a different verse. But if we go here up a little bit, it says, He make the night goes in the day and make the day goes in the night. Means He subjugate them to cause them to alternate without causing each seeking other rapidly. So the Quran promised that the sun will never overtake the day, and the day will never ever take the night. But this is false, because when the eclipse happen, the night come in the middle of the day. But Allah, He promised He will never allow that to happen. Do you see it? If we go to the other verse, let us continue, check the other verses. This is 39. This is 36. We check 36, 5, right? Yeah, 36, 5. We go to 36, 40. 30. This is 39. Sorry. We go to 36, 40. And let us see what we will find here. All right, read carefully what Ibn Kathir is saying. وَكُلٌّ فِي فَلَكٍ يَسْبَحُونَ. Read and laugh at the stupid Muhammad. They all float, each in an orbit. Means the night, the day, the sun, the moon, all of them are floating, i.e. revolving in their orbit in heaven. So according to the stupid Muhammad, the day and the night, the moon and the sun, they are physical object. Is that clear? Because we cannot make the sun and the day and the night float unless they are physical object. Isn't this Ibn Kathir saying that, or Christian Prince making things up? Do we have any Muslim? Did Christian Prince provide the evidence that obviously the stupid Muhammad, he is giving us false information about astronomy? So look what happened. The sun goes every day. We show it to him in the Quran, we show it to him to the Hadith, we show him to the interpretation, and the Muslim, they try to duct tape. They says this is from perspective, but it is not. The sun set in a muddy, boiling, hot spring of water. There's no ocean. Ibn Kathir, who came 800 years after Muhammad, he tried to fix it. Now he noticed that science does not approve that. So he said, this is how some they think, but it's not true. But the Quran is so clear. And the Hadith is so clear. But the same stupid Ibn Kathir, he saved Muhammad as from that trap. He trapped him here again. The sun, the day, the moon, the night, they are running in an orbit. Each one of them run and float. Any Muhammadan? Isn't this Ibn Kathir? So the Muslim, he started calling me names because simply he noticed that he is in a hot water like as a prophet. So going back to zero, when the Muslim make this video here saying that the prophet, he predict that the sun will appear from the west, lying about what CNN said and about what the post in the internet fabricated by Muslims, Muhammad saying the sun will change direction, not the earth change its course. And then when we went to the CNN, we found that what the CNN said, that there is a study, oh, this is like, you see, this is always about lies. Muslim, yesterday, we played a video of Muslims, they say that the cat don't walk in the Quran. I mean, this religion is sponsored by lies only. This is a video from yesterday. In the CNN, what it says, that the core of the earth, every 70 years inside the earth, make like a rotate wave, which is the cause of the earthquake, or it's cause earthquake maybe. But it's not talking about the earth changing rotation. It's every 70 years happening. Every 70 years, it's a natural cycle. The Muslim, they took little part of the video, they put it in their stupid live video in the beginning. This is the video. And they claim that this video is saying that the sun will appear from the west according to the science. When the video speak about the core of the earth, not the earth. Do you see why we say every Abdul is a liar until he proved the opposite?
Well, this morning we are learning about a shift in the Earth's inner core that sounds like the plot of a Hollywood blockbuster. Scientists say our planet's solid core, which is actually disconnected from the rest of the Earth's layers, may actually have stopped rotating and could even reverse course. This is a new study.
The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he says, Allah will continue to accept the repentance of one of you until the sun comes out of the west. Until the sun rises from the west. When it rises from the west, is sealed on the hearts of people. That's it.
Oh my God, the core of the earth is spinning backwards? And sure enough, the core seems to be about to spin backwards.
That day, when people see...
The core of the earth will spin backward, and that will not affect the earth at all. What does have to do with the sun coming from the rising from the west? And Muhammad's word is so clear, the sun will rise. Do you see how they try to manipulate and lie? Once I was with the Prophet in the mosque at the time of the sunset. The Prophet said, "Oh Abu Dhar, do you know where the sun set?" How clear we are making it. I replied, Allah and his apostle knows best. He said, it goes. Who's going? The sun. And it prostrate underneath Allah's throne. And this is what Allah meant. The sun runs to its fixed course in the Quran for a term and a degree. So the sun every day is moving from point A to point B. If we take this part of the hadith and we search here, look how many times we see this hadith reported. All of them, they are saying the sun goes. The sun goes. The sun is going. The sun is moving. No one else. And, you know, when a Muslim, he tried to duct tape the religion, he can try as much he want, but it is so obvious. This is Al-Bukhari. I entered the mosque while Allah's Messenger was sitting there when the sun had set. The Prophet said, "O Abu Dhar, do you know where the sun goes?" I said, Allah and Apostle knows best. He said, it goes, and ask permission to prostrate, and it's allowed. And one day, as if being ordered to return whence it came, which means came from, then it will rise from the west. The Abdul, he said to me, it doesn't say that, CP. And this is what? Al-Bukhari. So guys, do you understand when we say, and why we say, Islam without lies dies? Isn't it clear that Muhammad saying the sun is keep moving every day? And it keep doing that until one day Allah will not give it permission? If we take this part, just to show you how the drama can continue, I will take this part and I will research again, because we will find more discoveries and more stupid hadith from Muhammad. Look how many hadith. Al-Bukhari 747, At-Tirmidhi 2186, but here there is something very a little bit unique. Read carefully with me. I entered the masjid at the sunset, and the Prophet SAW, this is mean like stupid, apply, I don't know what W mean, wicked maybe, yeah, was sitting. He said, "Oh Abu Dhar, do you know where the sun goes?" I said, "Oh Allah, a Prophet, no better." He said, "Indeed it goes, and seek permission to prostrate, so it's permitted. And it is as been said, it rise from whence you came." And can we make it more clear? Rise whence you came, and so shall rise from the sitting place. When we showed him the Quran saying the sitting place, he said, "No, it doesn't say that." Does it say it shall rise from the sitting? Is the word place mean a location? Muslims, is the word place mean location? And again, this is Sahih at-Tirmidhi 2186. Potatoes. You Muslims are a bunch of potatoes. You try to fabricate answers to defend a potato prophet. Sahih al-Bukhari, different hadith, saying the same. The sun goes every day to prostrate under Allah's throne. So it's clear Muhammad explaining the movement of the sun every day. We showed him the hadith. It says goes, i.e. travel. Still he say no, it doesn't say that. The sun moves all the time. No. This is about the sun going from east to west. When I said to him it rises from the west, he said to me, well, it says there. So I showed him this hadith. So it will rise from the west. In the Muslim videos, they claim that the earth is changing its course of rotation. But the Quran never said that. The Quran and the hadith never says that. The Quran is saying the earth is not the object to talk about. It is the sun is moving. And the sun runs, not the earth runs. You see it? The earth is not there. The sun runs. You see it? So Muhammad, he tried to explain to us the movement of the sun every day we see. Morning, night, sunset, sun rising. Muhammad, he made it so clear. And I showed him this hadith. He tried to duct tape again. And he said, the Quran doesn't say that there is a sitting place of the sun. Well, it says that. It's in front of you. Return to the place whence you came. Who is coming? Who is leaving? The sun. And then the sun will rise from its sitting place, which were in the west. So the sun goes every day from the east to the west. And this is supposedly the knowledge of Allah. Who can beat that? Nobody. And as you see, all of this is authentic. Is that authentic? Yes. Indeed, it goes seek permission to prostrate. So it's permitted. So every day, the sun do that. Until one day, it will be said to it, no, this time you rise from your sitting place, which where is in the west. And then he recited the recitation of Ibn Mas'ud. By the way, this is wrong here. Ibn Mas'ud, looked like Ibn Mas'ud, he recorded the Quran twice wrong. Because in the Ibn Mas'ud Quran, it says the sun has no fixed course, not fixed course. But here it says, this is a recitation of Ibn Mas'ud. That's what he said, you know. But if you remember, when we went to Ibn Kathir, he said the sun, according to Ibn Mas'ud, has no fixed course. Look like Ibn Mas'ud, he had many Quran, each one of them saying different story. If we continue here, the same. All those hadith, you can take a reference, you can take a screenshot. I hope they are clear for you on the screen. All of those. Let us see if we have more. Anyway, this is enough to prove the lies of Muhammad. Do we have any Muhammadan want to make a comment? I feel sorry for you, Abdul. So now what we today discover that the hadith which it says Aynun Hamiya, the sun set in a boiling, blazing water, not only it is an authentic hadith, or the Muslim guy, he was trying to dodge down, we found that this is, in fact, it is a Quran. It is a Quran. Any Muhammadan would like to join us? If you are a Muhammadan, he used to work in NASA, you can call me. Hold on, I have a NASA scientist is calling. Good Prince. First of all, I don't care for nothing and I agree with them. Okay, hold on. It's you Muslim make a video saying NASA said, NASA said. Here we go, NASA said none of what you Muslim says. You are fabricating things. You are lying. And your prophet saying the sun goes every day. Get the breath. First of all, the sun goes every day and it is proven by NASA. A second ago you said you didn't agree with NASA. Listen, Christian breath. We are Muslim NASA. You have what? Muslim NASA. You have Muslim NASA. So this NASA, there's two NASAs. Exactly. Okay, where we can find Muslim NASA is in Sahih Bukhari. Do we have any Muslim NASA? Christian Prince? Any Abdul? So the stupid Muhammad, the Jews came to him, as usual. That's why he hated the Jews. The Jews, they trap the donkey. They come to him and they say, hey, Prophet Muhammad, tell us about Prophet Zulqarnain, peace be upon him. The donkey Muhammad, he take the trap. And suddenly, Zulqarnain become a prophet of Allah. Alexander the Great. The Abdul, he said, this is Cyrus, the king of the Persian, but this guy is a pagan. But Zulqarnain is a person who worship Allah, and Allah talk to him, and Allah guide him, and Allah arm him, and Allah, support him. Allah give him wealth. Allah, He approved his plan to build the Gog and Magog, which is every Muslim leaving Islam because of it, as what Lili Dawah, peace be upon her, she said. If we go to Lili Dawah, and we check what he said about Dhul Qarnayn. Let us see what Lili Dawah will say to us. Amazing, so beautiful. Muslims are leaving Islam because of the stupid Quran. There's nobody can defend this garbage.
When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told him to do something, bow down to Adam, he couldn't comprehend logically why.
You see here, the Abdul is trying to explain why you need to understand things in a logical way. But this is the same Abdul, he says, the Trinity is not logical. And the same Abdul, he said, that God cannot be inside his creation. A week after, he says Allah entered his creation. So, what happened, Dawah? By the way, how the halal cat food doing business?
Details and nitty-gritty. The point I'm trying to make is he also done a video on this matter. The point I'm trying to say, and what I don't understand, is this: why do we have to understand everything in the context where why
we have to understand everything? Do you need to understand the Trinity? Absolutely. But as long as it's about Islam, we do not need to understand anything. Why we have to understand? What's wrong with you?
Why does it always have to be logical? Why
always it have to be logical, you idiot Abdul? Why? Are you stupid? Why always you need to apply things to logic? We apply logic only when we speak against Christianity. But if we are talking about the stupid Quran and the fairy tale of Muhammad, we should not be logical, for that is a bust.
Understand everything in the context where why does it always have to be logical? Why does it have to be something where we're like, oh, explain it to me logically, or, I'm going to start doubting things? This is exactly why Shaitan fell into disbelief. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told him to do something, bow down to Adam, he couldn't comprehend logically why he had to do that when he feels like he's better than him. The problem is this.
Hold on. The angels and Shaitan been ordered to bow down to Adam? Nowhere in the Quran says that. In the Quran it says Allah commanded the angels to bow down. This is how stupid your Quran is. He commanded the dog to bow down. He punished the cat. Because according to Islam, it is Allah, He ordered the angels, and Shaitan is a genie. He is not one of the angels. He is not an angel.
Taken the aql over the naql.
taking the brain over copy-paste. This is wrong. You should not take the brain. Just what they told us before, we take it as it is.
That is exactly our problem, and we apply this into our day-to-day life. I have to understand this logically. Who do you think you are? I mean, how arrogant you must be to say, I need to know everything. SubhanAllah, who do you think you are?
Who you are, huh?
Either you're going to be like Iblis and rebel against Allah and fall into disbelief, or number two, you're going to submit to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala like Adam alayhi salam and accept the naql, the text, what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, and leave that realm to Him. You don't know what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about. How is
You don't know what Allah, guys, you don't know what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about. Did he just say, you don't know what Allah is talking about? Did this potato just say it? You don't know what Allah is talking about. So what's the point of the Quran if no Muslim knows what Allah is talking about? Any Abdul? If you Muslim do not know what Allah is talking about, what's the point of the Quran? He just said, you don't know what Allah is talking about. And he is angry. You don't know, do you? You don't. This is a stupid book. The only way for it to survive, if we lie or we don't question. Lie. Don't question. Chapter 5, verse 101. Ask no questions. Verse 102 says why? Because you will leave the religion. And you will find that even the ones who they claim that they have knowledge, which is none of them have knowledge really. Islam is just stupid and full of contradiction. He himself is so confused. They rotate their position on Islam the same as a basketball. The same guy who says something tomorrow say the opposite. Do we have any Abdul? Any Abdul? No more Abdul, that's it, we are out of them. We say Abdul. Dankar, are you Abdul? Why you keep putting your hand up each time you come in the Discord? Who is Abdul would like to join us? Anyone? And you know, this atheist MEPPH, my friend, just go on your way. You know, I mean, you follow Darwin, and you believe that he used to be a monkey. You brought a black person, you put him in a cage to prove that black people used to be monkeys. Obviously, you are so smart and so genius. So for me, I believe atheists are a bunch of stupid people. They come to debate us to prove to us that they are animals. Let me make it short for you. You are an animal. Are you happy now? Why I want to debate with an idiot? He want to convince me that he is an animal. Why we don't say to him, you are an animal? And that's it. This is Yasser Qadhi facing his destiny of being stupid.
If somebody were to say, how can we believe these ahadith when Google Earth has mapped the whole world. We can zoom in and see everything around us. And there is no massive land hidden from mankind. The response is, Wallahu ala kulli shay'in qadir. Allahu a'lam. If we believe in the ahadith, this is what the ahadith tell us. This is what the ahadith tell us. And there's a simple rule that Ibn Taymiyyah mentions. Memorize this rule. The Quran and Sunnah does not bring the impossible, but it does bring that which astounds the mind. Is it impossible that somewhere underground Allah has thousands of people living? It's not impossible. It's not impossible. It's not surprising that our medieval scholars believe this type of stuff. Now, obviously, dare I say, anybody who knows science and geography and modern civilization, you cannot believe that there is a tribe for 4,000 years trapped behind a wall.
The same guy, he said it's possible. Then he started thinking about it a few years after. He said, you cannot believe in such a stupid garbage. Where is the Abdul? He keep talking when I talk about the Trinity and Tawheed. Do you like to join us on the stage? Where is the Abdul when I talk about the Trinity? You want to come to the stage? The Muslims, because they are so embarrassed with their religion, they find that changing the topic to talk about Trinity is the best way to avoid the stupidity of Muhammad. But let us take you to the stage. I keep inviting you, you refuse. Come to the stage. Philokora. Where is Philokora? Put your hand up. I'm inviting you, you're not coming. Do you want to come? She's a female? She's a female or male? I mean, you are a female. According to your prophet, you are a stupid half a brain. And you want me to explain to you the Trinity? But anyway, I will allow you to join us, no problem. You are a female, what I can do about it? But it's very funny that your prophet says you are half a brain. Go ahead, Cora. Talk.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? You keep saying you want to talk about the Tawheed and the Trinity, correct?
Yeah, I'm interested in like your perspective of like the Trinity. Yeah.
What about the Tawheed? What does the word Tawheed mean?
Oneness.
Well,
Wait, so are we going to discuss like the Trinity, like within Christianity?
We can, no problem. But you see, I challenge you to show me where you get this from. That Tawheed mean oneness.
So we're not going to talk about the Trinity?
We will talk about Trinity. We are discuss. You say it's you keep saying Tawheed versus Trinity, Tawheed versus Trinity. You forgot?
Yeah, like Tawheed insofar as like, do you have like a formal argument as to why it'd be like illogical or something?
But Tawheed does not mean oneness. Tawheed mean unification. Do you know that?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you, but like, is Tawheed illogical?
If Allah,
do you believe that?
No, it's illogical because you keep saying to me Allah is one, and you don't believe.
Wait, why is it illogical?
Hold on. I don't care about logic, by the way. But this is not the issue.
What?
I don't care about logic because is it logical that your God Allah is God but he's stupid?
You cut out, so I did not hear you, unfortunately.
Okay, listen carefully. As long as you go by logic, is it logical that Muhammad claimed to be sent by Allah, yet he thinks the sun goes every day from the east to the west?
Yeah, I don't believe that there's like any P and not P necessarily, because when we say like illogical, you'd have to show like a violation of any of the 3 laws of logic. So are you able to like display that?
What are you talking about? I just said, your prophet, he said that Allah told him the sun goes every day from the east to the west. Is that logical? Is it scientific? Or it's stupid?
Yeah, something being like ascientific doesn't necessarily mean that it's like illogical.
Okay, it's not scientific, it's not illogical. No,
I'm saying that something can be ascientific.
But so do you agree? So do you agree with your prophet, who you are saying he believed in Tawheed, which is
Yeah,
a
I'm not here
falsity.
to like discuss like any hadith or Quran verse. I'm just here to like discuss the Trinity and like the
We are
logical,
discussing,
the
we are
logical
talking, we are
coherence.
talking, you lady. Why you are just in a rush to jump from place to place? You're a prophet.
No. It's because I specifically came up for one
You are
topic.
following a man. You are following a man, proven to be false because you just said, and everybody heard you. We don't have to agree with the science, right? But this is about something simple. The sun goes every day from the east to the west, and the sun sits in a boiling, muddy water. Do you really believe, the one you want me to explain the Trinity for you, that the sun goes every day? Okay. Do you believe?
I came up here to like discuss Trinity and Tawheed.
I know. We are trying to
avoid.
You are trying to avoid the embarrassment. Whatever I say to you, you act like you.
No. But
Okay.
I
So
wasn't
let us
interested
make
in
it
like
simple.
discussing the previous
I want to
topic,
see.
and you offered the Trinity.
Exactly. I'm going to talk about it.
You offered it, so let's discuss it.
Yes. But I want to see first where you stand. Do you agree that the sun sits in a muddy, boiling water?
It doesn't necessarily matter what I agree with because I'm not discussing this topic. I'm discussing the Trinity.
It matters because we want to know how much knowledge you have. What do you want to say? Is it a secret?
Sorry, you went out for a second.
Is it okay? Is it a secret? This is why you don't want to talk about it? Do you agree that the sun? Do you agree?
I specifically came up for a specific topic.
No. Yes, we agree to speak about specific topic. But I want to agree. I want to see first if you are following with us. Do you agree that the sun moving every day from the east to the west, and the sun goes and jump in a muddy spring of water? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter if I agree.
It matters for me. It matters for the audience. What you will lose if you say yes. What you will lose if you say yes or no. What you will lose if you say yes or no.
Yeah, because you offered a topic to me.
I offer a topic and I stand with it, and I promise you we'll talk about it. But what you will lose if you say yes. Okay, can you please say I agree that the sun? Can you please say, I agree the sun set in murky water, or say, I don't agree?
Yeah, so, like, again, this doesn't necessarily, like, comply with the conditions that you proposed, right? I came up because I assumed...
So you are... Okay, so are you agreeing with me? Are you agreeing with me that Muhammad is the last one can tell us what is right, what's wrong, because he is stupid, you don't even know where the sun goes?
No, I don't agree that the Prophet Muhammad is stupid, but I agree that you are running from
as long you don't agree he is stupid, prove to me he's smart, so we can listen to him. Does the sun set?
Yeah, what I'm asking you is to prove the Trinity is logical. Are you able to do so?
Does the sun set in a murky water? Yes or no?
Are you able to prove that the Trinity is logical?
I will prove it to you, but answer me the question, please.
But you just said that you don't care about logic, so how are you going to be able to...
Okay, give me the answer for this one. I promise you right away we'll move to Trinity. And the Tawheed.
Yeah, I'm saying that even if hypothetically speaking I granted it to you, you won't discuss the coherence.
I just told you, just say yes or no, and we will continue. We go to Tawheed.
Okay, so I have a question. Before I came on this panel, before I came like on the stage,
question, right? Please.
No, one moment.
Do you agree with your prophet?
You did not clarify that I needed.
Do you agree with your prophet knowledge about where the sun set?
What?
Do you agree with your prophet knowledge about where the sun set?
Yeah, I agree with everything the Prophet Muhammad says. Now let's talk about the Trinity.
So do you agree the sun set in a muddy, boiling spring of water?
Insofar as that it's like the perspective of Dhul Qarnayn, absolutely. Now let's go ahead and discuss.
Where it says the perspective, why you are lying?
I answered your question. Let's discuss the Trinity now.
See? So now we understand that Muslims are people who corrupt their book. So how we can trust you to explain to us Islam?
Yeah, sure. Let's discuss the Trinity.
Sure. Now let's go to Tawheed. Is the word Tawheed mean?
I said the Trinity.
Yes, no, you said Tawheed versus the Trinity. The text is there.
Tawheed versus Trinity. And then I clarified to you when I came up.
You say Tawheed versus, which means we start with Tawheed and we go to Trinity. So now, how you are using... Hold on, potato, listen. You are just being a kid now. You said Tawheed versus Trinity. Everybody heard you. So Tawheed means unification.
Are you going to allow me to finish talking?
Tawheed means unification of one object or unification of many objects.
Okay, are you going to allow me to propose what I said? When I said Tawheed versus Trinity, I'm referring to the logical coherency of Tawheed.
What logical? So hold on. If the word is wrong, the word Tawheed mean Allah is more than one.
What?
The word Tawheed does not mean one. The word Tawheed mean Allah is more than one.
Okay, does this prove that the Trinity, not the Trinity, sorry, does this prove like Tawheed is illogical?
No, because Tawheed means you believe in Trinity, or maybe 4 gods, or 5 gods, or 10 gods, or you believe in something else, not oneness of God. Because Tawheed means you unify something is not one. That's what Tawheed means.
Okay, so if I grant this to you, does it prove Tawheed is illogical?
If you what?
If I grant it to you, does this prove Tawheed is illogical?
Okay, so do you agree that Allah is not one person?
What? No, I agree that Allah is one, insofar as that He is one being.
So why are you using Tawheed then?
Why am I using Tawheed? Because the concept of Tawheed is like vast, right?
Can you
when
read,
I say Tawheed,
can you read for me? Can you read for me what the screen is saying? Can you read for me what the screen is saying?
Oh, wait, one moment. I just want to clarify
my position. Can you
read for
me what the screen is saying? Can you read what the screen is saying?
Are you going to let me talk?
Can you read for me what the screen is saying?
You're not, like, you're making points and you're not letting me, like, respond.
No, because I want to see if you know what we are talking about. Does it say?
Yeah, and I want to see if you, like, understand my position with regards to Tawheed.
So in order to understand,
when I say, like, Tawheed versus Trinity,
is the word Tawheed mean one person or many?
Okay, with regards to, like, persons, like, what do you define person as?
Now she don't know how to define person. You are a person.
What?
Aren't you a person?
No, I'm talking about like from a like philosophical point of view. Like
philosophical. So half a brain women described by Allah that she is not allowed to witness in the court because she is stupid and she is dummy. She is coming here to talk about philosophy.
Hell yeah.
Is philosophy allowed in Islam? I heard it's haram.
It depends like what form of philosophy, because like, if you're referring to like,
so let us go back to zero.
I mean,
what the word Tawheed mean? What the word Tawheed mean in Arabic?
I'm asking you. I'm trying to like clarify my position.
What the word Tawheed mean in Arabic? Why don't give us? Hey, people who they are listening. Do you like to know what Tawheed mean? Tell us what Tawheed mean.
Are you gonna let me talk?
Yes, I'm asking you. I keep repeating this in my question. You never answer.
Okay, and I'm asking you, do you understand my position with regards to like you presenting arguments?
You said nothing to understand your position. You are refusing to answer anything. Tawheed,
no. I'm just asking you.
Okay, do you agree that the word Tawheed in Arabic means unification of many things to make them one?
So if I were to grant you this definition, does this prove like logical incoherency?
Yes, because that's stupid of you to say, I believe in Tawheed, if Tawheed does not mean one person.
Oh, it's logical because it's stupid. What type of argument is that? Like, can you put that in a syllogism?
Guys, because it's stupid, what kind of argument is that? Get out of here, potato. She just want to play with the words, you know, like there's no answer for anything. Let's talk about treaty. You stupid Muslims, all of you are a bunch of donkeys. The second you say you believe in Tawheed, that means you don't believe in the oneness of God. You don't. If you believe in the oneness of God, you will never use the word Tawheed. You bunch of donkeys. Same time, you stupid idiot. Just to show you how stupid Muhammadan are. If your God himself could not understand the Trinity, to the point he think that the Trinity for the Christians is Mary and Jesus and Allah. This is how stupid donkey your God. A simple basic thing anyone knows what the Trinity is, that the Christian believe in one God, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Can God be 3 and 1 at the same time? But he is God. If you are speaking about logic, you stupid idiot, you said yourself, why would I apply logic to something, you know, if you prove to me that this is not logical, does not mean it's wrong. She said that. If you prove to me, are you saying that if it's not logical, that means it's not right? But you want me to prove to her that the Trinity in a logical way. I mean, do you see the stupidity and the hypocrisy of the scumbags of Muhammad? And then, when we ask the Muslims, do Allah even know what the Trinity is? Look what the stupid Quran says. According to the stupid Allah, the Christians, they say that the Messiah is Allah. Okay. Chapter 5, verse number 17. Chapter 5, verse number 72. If the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah, who is the first and who is the second in the Trinity? And the third? Here you see that the stupid Muhammad, he just confirmed that the Christian don't believe in his understanding that the Messiah is different person. He is Allah. He is Allah. So according to the stupid Muhammad, who he said to them, don't believe in the Trinity, he said this. The Christian, they say, Christ is Allah. Well, if Allah is a Christ and Christ is Allah, who is the second person? Who is the third person? Because now already we eliminated two to be one. So if the Christian believe in the Trinity, and the Trinity as we know it in the Bible, that God, he have a son, and he is a spirit, and the Messiah is exist as the word of God before he become a flesh, and he have the power of God, and the Quran confirm everything the Bible says. How we can prove it? Read with me carefully. And remember here, I'm going to use the stupid Quran to prove to you the Trinity. I will type the word Messiah only in the stupid Quran. And look what your stupid Quran says. Chapter 3, verse number 45. The angels came to Mary, and they said to her, Allah give thee glad tidings of a word from him, whose name is the Messiah. Okay, hold on. So who is the Messiah now? He is the word of Allah. Is the word of Allah is separated from Allah? Is the word of Allah created? Do the word of Allah die? Which means will be terminated. Is the word of Allah is eternal? Is the word of Allah is holy? Is the word of Allah is powerful? Is the word of Allah is always exist, which means never been created? If you search right now in the stupid Google, peace be upon him, is the Quran or is the word of Allah created? What is the time now? Okay. The answer, no. Just to make it simple. Let us go to the stupid Muslim website. If Jesus is the word of Allah, and the word of Allah never been created, never. Is the Quran created? Is the word of Allah created? The answer, no. The Quran is the word of Allah and it is not created. Do you see it? So hold on. Jesus, according to the stupid Quran, is the word of Allah. Are you with me? Let's close some pages. We have too many pages. Many stupid Abdul. All right. So now, let's close this one too. And this is the word Tawheed. Tawheed in Arabic means, like here it says, Tawheedul Bilad, unification of the country. In 1932, Saudi Arabia was not unified. So what it says here, that the king, he announced a royal command to unify Tawheed, the land. Tawheed does not mean one. Tawheed mean many. and we are going to make them one. So that means when the Muslim will say believe in Tawheed, they are pagan. They believe that is Allah. In the time of the Arab, they have many gods, and Allah is all those gods. And now we want to make them all together, so we call it Tawheed. Because if Allah is one from the beginning, always He's one, you don't say the word Tawheed. So the word Tawheed is proven stupidity of the stupid Muslims who could repeating the same thing without knowing what it means. So now if we go here, Allah is a Christ. Muslims cannot explain to us why the Christians saying Allah is a Christ. Because either they believe in the Trinity, or they believe that Allah and Christ is one person. It can't be both. You cannot say, like, hey Christians, do you believe that Christ is the Father? Do you believe that Christ is the Father? Who's a Muslim here with us? No, we don't. No Christian believe that the Messiah is the Father, and no Christian believe that the Father is the Messiah. We don't. So if the Messiah is the Word of God, and the Word of God never been created, and you will notice here that the Messiah have a name even when it is a word. What? His name is the Messiah, not his name will be. His name is now, is. But at this moment, the Messiah is the Word. That sounds familiar. In the beginning, it was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word is God. If we ask any Abdul who try to be smart, is the Word of God is God? They don't dare to answer. We have a guy, his name is Sneeko. Let us see who this is Sneeko. He's copying Sneeko, the kid. Come, Mr. Sneeko. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine. Are you a Muslim?
Alhamdulillah.
All right. So is the Messiah is the word of Allah?
Sorry?
Is the Messiah is the word of Allah?
Messiah just means anointed one.
In that is in Arabic?
Sorry?
He's anointed by who?
Do you understand what anointed means in English?
I don't know what. Are you a Muslim?
I speak English.
Are you a Muslim?
And I'm a Muslim.
You are a Muslim. How you prove to me that you are a Muslim?
How can I prove to you that I'm a Muslim?
Yeah.
La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah.
Are you associating the name of Allah with the name of Muhammad?
Sorry?
You Muslim, you claim you believe in the oneness of God, but you just associated the name of Muhammad with the name of your God.
You keep cutting out. Have you not paid your internet bill?
I'm a Muslim. I don't pay bills. Do you?
You're a Muslim, you don't pay bills.
Well, isn't it Muslims in around the world is getting money from the Western support and help? Even your food is coming from the West, the kuffar.
Which country are you from?
Who feed Somalia? Who feed Gaza? Who feed the West Bank? Who pay their salary? Who feed Sudan? Who feed Libya? Who feed all those countries? Don't change topic.
God feeds everyone.
So
God feeds everyone.
Allah feed nobody.
Right. Okay. Well, obviously,
Okay,
you're not a religious person, are you?
I'm asking you. So, when you said the Shahada, did you just associate the name of Allah with the name of Muhammad?
Did I associate?
Yes, you said the Shahada. The Shahada is Muhammad and Allah together in one line.
Right. Okay. So, do you understand what Shahada actually is? It's a testimony of faith.
But in this testimony of faith, you are witnessing to two people, making them equal together.
No, no. Who are two people? Who are the two people?
Allah and Muhammad.
Well, Allah's not a person.
He's not a person, so what he is?
Entity.
What does that mean?
You need to go to Oxford English Dictionary. I'm not coming here to debate someone, to give them an English language lesson.
Did Allah present himself to you in English or in Arabic?
Sorry?
Did Allah present himself to you in English dictionary or in Arabic?
To me, because I'm a revert, he presented himself in English.
No problem. You can be pervert as much you want, but this is not the answer. I'm asking you what you are believing in. If I am saying I
believe there's one God. There is no deity worthy of worship except Allah. And I testify that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the final messenger.
All right. So why you with the name of Muhammad with the name of Allah? Just to make it simple. Just to make it simple for you. Just to make it simple. Hold on. Okay, just to make it simple for you. Do you see the screen?
Right. Okay. No. 1 second. Let me respond to you.
Do you Muslims?
Hold on. Let me respond to you. Let me respond to you.
All right.
If I say, listen to this, please. La ilaha illallah. Christian prince is a donkey. Am I associating Christian prince, a donkey, with Allah?
Exactly, yeah.
Right, okay. So you're admitting that you're a donkey?
Because you are witnessing to Allah by two. According to you, one of them is a donkey.
I don't think you understand that sentence structure.
So now when we say that Allah and his donkey knows best, that means Allah must be a donkey.
No.
Okay, read with me. Okay, read with me.
There is no...
Read with me.
Listen,
it says Allah and his apostle know best. Who know better, Allah or Muhammad?
Right, have you finished speaking? I don't want to interrupt.
Who have more knowledge, Allah or Muhammad?
I don't want to interrupt you.
Don't worry about interrupting me. Don't be polite. It's okay. You just call me donkey. I did not get upset. I did not even get you out. So no problem. Allah,
I'm trying to prove a point to you.
Allah and his apostle.
No deity worthy of worship.
How you associate? How you make Allah?
Please don't interrupt me. I've given you the respect.
How you make if you believe in one God? How you make Muhammad equal to Allah in knowledge?
I've not said that.
It says that you're a prophet, and the Muslim says that. Read it.
Why don't you read it out for me?
Read it. It's in front of you. Allah and his apostle.
Provide me with the source. Provide me with the source first.
This is the book of a donkey, reference 4 legs.
Listen, if you can't provide me with an authentic source,
this is authentic.
I'm not going to address it.
This is authentic. Read it. Sahih.
Right, go to the actual website. What website is it?
This is the actual. This is sunnahdonkey.com. Read it.
Is that sunnah.com?
Yeah, this is sunnah.com. C-U-M.
Right, yeah. What's the issue?
So, Allah and his apostle knows best. How you Muslim believe in Tawheed, which means unification of many objects. Is that what you are meaning when you say Tawheed?
I don't understand what the issue with this set text that you provided.
If I say me and Allah knows best, that means me and Allah, we are the same level of knowledge.
Right, let me respond.
Go ahead.
Right. If I say that, Christian prince, your parents know best. You're a child. You're an infantile. You're an infantile donkey. Your parents know best, right? It does not transpire that your parents know everything. Do you understand?
Okay. So,
and I'm also not trying to infer that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, knows everything. Do you understand that?
Listen, you speak English better than me. What the word best mean?
Well, guys in the chat, everyone in the chat, he's admitted I can speak English better than him.
For sure you speak
He's
English.
losing.
So sure you speak English better than me, but when it's come to Arabic, you're a donkey. Correct?
Right. So when if I say this,
so now listen.
Let me respond.
So now when you say Allah and apostles know best, what the degree of Allah of knowledge and what is the degree of Muhammad?
Has that been quantified or qualified?
Well, you know, you said, you described me.
No, I'm asking, has that been qualified in that sentence? Yes or no?
You gave an example of my knowledge on my parents, but my parents are a human. I am a human. So now, are you saying to me that Muhammad the human?
What did you say? You're a human or you're a haywan? Sorry, what did you say?
You can say whatever you want. You're trying to insult me to kick you out, but I will not. I will give you.
I'm not insulting you.
I will keep you in the stage so you can do the monkey dance for us. So now, listen. Allah and His
listen,
Prophet know best.
If I say two statements,
is Muhammad?
Let me say two. Let me give you an English lesson.
Is Muhammad from the same kind of Allah, so he can have the same kind of knowledge?
Right. Have you finished your question?
Supposedly. What is the answer?
There's no point you talking over me. You're about the same age as me.
I'm not talking over you, but I can ride you.
You can what? Sorry.
Ride you.
You can ride me.
Yeah.
You want to ride my what?
As an example, is it true that your prophet was rode by?
Do you want to ride me?
Yes, like a donkey.
You want to jump on my cock?
Oh, you want to speak now filthy like your prophet?
No, I'm saying you're the one who said you want to ride me.
I will go with you. According to you.
Wait,
according to you. Okay, hold on. That will serve.
I'm not a homosexual.
Okay,
Listen, I'm not a homosexual.
All right. So according to you, if somebody rides somebody is sitting on his cock, correct?
No, hold on. You're the one who said you want to ride.
But this is your prophet. This is your prophet. He was rode. He was rode.
If you said you want to ride. If you said you want to ride my bike,
you're a prophet. He was rode by a bunch of black people. So according to you, understanding, your prophet is a homosexual.
Right? Have you finished speaking?
Did the black people ride your prophet? And you said everybody heard you. That mean you are.
Everybody heard you that you want to ride me.
Did your prophet?
Why do you want to ride me?
Because I said to you like what? I said like a donkey, but you said no.
You said you want to ride me, Christian.
Yes, I will ride you like a donkey, exactly, because you call me donkey, you forgot?
Listen, I'm not a homosexual, Christian.
Or no problem. So when the black people when your prophet was rode by black people, was he a homosexual?
I know the Pope likes homosexuality.
All right. Well, you want to talk like a kid? We can talk, no problem. This is your prophet. I'm not making things up. You're a prophet. He was rode by a bunch of black people, and you confess that this statement is homosexual, even though I was saying like a donkey. But no problem. I will go with you. This is your stupid Muhammad. The one you call him Allah knows best and Muhammad, and you say Shahada. Look like those black men, they were doing Shahada right in Muhammad because he's a homosexual. It says here that when he was sitting, a bunch of men who they are so dark black came and they rode over Muhammad all night long. To the point, Muhammad was badly in pain. Was what? Badly in pain. Who said that? Christian Prince? No. This is your Islamic books. Let us read together. You can insult as much you want. Read with me. Hilarious. I mean, you cannot find one thing about this idiot Muhammad is not stupid. Let me find a better website so we can share it. Official one. So the Muslims, they like it. All right. All right. Read with me. Let us love together here. And please show respect. Please, for the sake of the sin of Allah. I will post the link. Guys, you can open it. And please share it in YouTube and Rumble. And let us open it here. Read with me carefully. A bunch of black men who they came to the Prophet and they are totally naked. They are skinny and they start riding the Prophet. And the Prophet, during the time they were riding him, he was reciting, which means Quran. Let us translate.
As Afan said, God willing, they have no clothes, and I do not see their sides long, and they have little flesh. He said, then they came and started riding on the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. He said, and the prophet of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, begin to read to them.
According to you, if a man, he want to ride a man, he is a homosexual. And according to you, if a man want to ride you, he want to sit on your private part. Well, look like this is what happened with your prophet. The difference is that those black men, they have a big, huge penis, and your prophet was terrified, and they rode Muhammad all night long. In fact, it says here that the prophet, he was so much in pain. So much what? In pain. Read carefully.
And when the pillar of the morning was split, they began to go. Or as he said, then the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, came with heavy pain, or almost like pain from what they had put on him.
And then the prophet, he put his head on the thigh of the man and he slept. Sound like a very gay to me. Your prophet, he put his head on the thigh of the Muslim and he slept over his thigh. Who is the gay? Do you put your head over a thigh of a man, Sneeko? Do you? I think you do. This is your, and this is Sahih, by the way. If the Muslim, they say this is Da'if, read carefully. This is Sahih.
Page or number 5298. Summary of the Hadith's ruling. Its chain of transmission is authentic.
It's authentic. Who is a Muslim? He witnessed Muhammad being rode by black men who they are totally naked, which means their penises was next to Muhammad's mouth. Anyone? Any Abdul? So as you see, wherever you want to go, it's very embarrassing. I mean, name for me one thing about your prophet is not stupid. So you call me donkey. I said, I'm going to ride you, and I will show everybody who is the donkey here. You said, oh, you are going to sit on my private part because you are filthy scumbag. Inactive. What do you want to say to us?
Yeah. The comments asking to have a conversation on whether your conception or my conception of God is going to be which one violates the laws of logic, i.e. the law of non-contradiction, law of excluded matter,
logic,
law of identity.
Logic?
Yes.
What logic mean?
I say a violation. When I say a violation of logic, I'm simply meaning a violation of one of the three laws of logic.
Don't
law of non-contradiction.
Don't speak so fast. So
I'm explaining it to you. Okay, just tell me again. When I say a violation of logic, all I mean is something that violates one of the three laws of logic, i.e. the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, and the law of identity. That's when I say illogical.
Can we start with
your conception?
Can we start with the first one? Contradiction? Can we start with the first one?
Non-contradiction?
You said the law of logic is starting with contradiction.
the law of non-contradiction. It's a law of
Yeah, the
logic,
law of
yes.
non-contradiction, which
And
means
we're talking about specifically.
which means
We're specific. Wait,
which mean if there is
Christian Prince, sir, chill, calm down.
Listen.
I'm talking about whether our conceptions of God violate this. So, does your conception of God or my conception of God violate one of the three laws of logic? Is a discussion.
Let us
now demonstrate to me in a formal argument.
Hold on.
Whether or not my
we are just like hold on. You know, we are having discussion, my friend. Drink coffee with me. Breathe. So listen. So now, if God contradict himself, he cannot be God. That's what I understand you are saying to me, right?
To know at all.
Huh?
You are referring to. Wait, listen. You asked me a question. Let me explain now. You are referring to as whether or not God contradicts himself inside of Revelation. What I am referring to is our conception of God, i.e., what we believe God to be. For example,
so what you believe
in the Trinity.
What you believe Allah is.
Let me continue, please. Don't interrupt me. You believe in what? The Trinity. So you believe that there are three persons, right?
What you believe?
All three persons are God.
Don't tell me what I believe in. Tell me first what you believe in.
Please don't interrupt. If you don't interrupt me, I don't understand why you're interrupting.
Don't do that like a kid. We are having a conversation. So tell me what you believe.
Yeah, we are. I don't know why.
Who is Allah?
It's a conversation, so don't interrupt me.
Who is Allah? Why you get upset if I say something right away? I mean, you are talking, I'm talking. It's okay.
No, I'm not.
So listen.
No, listen.
So listen.
If we're having a conversation,
don't tell
when
me,
I'm speaking, I would prefer you do not respond.
Don't tell a Christian what he believes, because you Muslim do not know what the Trinity is, do you?
Tell me the Trinity. Explain.
You see, a second ago you were explaining. The second I asked you what the Trinity, you refused to answer. What is Trinity for Christians?
Okay, Christian Prince, I'm sorry. Teach me the Trinity.
No. I want to listen from you. What is the Trinity?
You said we don't know, right? So teach the Trinity so I can know.
No, you said a second ago that you were talking about the Trinity. Now you don't want to talk about it. So according to your understanding,
and I know what the Trinity is.
What is the Trinity? What is the Trinity for the Christians?
The concept of the Trinity is great. The concept of the Trinity is the idea that there are three persons who are all God. A person simply meaning
what? Who are they, the three persons?
Individual substance.
Who are they, the three persons?
Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
How come your stupid God do not know that?
We're referring to your conception of God, not whether or not
exactly, because if you hold on, you just say hold on. You just say that your God, he have a conception of God, like understanding of God. God should be smart. God should not contradict himself. God should understand. Your God don't even understand the simple thing about Christianity. So your stupid God, he never in the Quran says that the Trinity is God the Son, God the Father, God the Holy Spirit. In fact, your God, he contradicts himself, saying that the Christian believe in Trinity, and at the same time saying that the Messiah is Allah, according to the Christians. Is that correct?
Okay, so is this the topic I brought to you or no?
What?
Did I not say we're going to be speaking on whether your conception of God violates the law of
So are you saying to me the conception of your God about our God is stupid and it's okay for you?
But again, the discussion is whether your conception of God
hold on,
you
just agreed
whether or not they violate the laws of logic.
Everybody heard your silence. Everybody heard your silence. You just admitted that your God don't even understand what the Christians believe, which means he have a wrong conception of what Christians' God is, so he cannot be God.
That's not the discussion at all.
No, this is the discussion. Why not? We are talking about the Trinity. You see, we are talking about the Trinity. So you gave me different Trinity. Hold on. You gave me different Trinity from your God. Which one of you understand the Trinity?
Okay. You hear you. I'm sorry.
Which one of you understand the Trinity? You or Allah?
Okay. Again. That is not the discussion, is it?
No,
the discussion is whether or not your conception of Christian Prince. I was quiet. Wait, Christian Prince.
You see, you are trying to escape the embarrassment. You are trying. Don't sir me, but don't sir me.
Let me show you why. Let me show you that you're escaping.
Listen.
I will show you that you're escaping. Listen, I will show you you're escaping. Listen, Christian Prince. You're running.
How come?
Don't run.
You need to answer me. Why your God do not know the conception of what Trinity is?
Wallahi, you're running. Wallahi, you're running. Stop running, bro. Chill. Don't run.
You can say whatever you wish. The one is running. The one is running is the one trying to change the topic. You're trying to change the topic. You don't want to talk about Allah having wrong conception, but you are trying to say to me that your conception of God is wrong. But how Allah can be God and if he has wrong conception? So do you admit? Do you admit?
Okay.
So do you admit? Do you admit that your God don't understand the Trinity? Do you admit, yes or no, that Allah don't know what we believe in?
Prince, can I talk or am I not allowed to talk or not?
Why you don't answer me? Do you admit that Allah is an ignorant?
Allowed to talk or are you going to interrupt me when I'm talking?
Can you stop saying to me, stop interrupting me? You can interrupt me too. So now I'm saying, do you?
No, but that's not discussion. We're having a discussion though, right?
Do you admit that Allah is a stupid, arrogant, ignorant,
my God.
Which means he can't be God?
Christian
Prince. Your God, he don't understand the simple thing about what the Christians believe. So how he can be God?
Christian Prince.
You will not answer.
Yeah,
right?
Amir. It's not the Prince. That's the discussion. Listen.
You will not answer.
Listen.
You will not answer, right?
Interrupting me. I'm sorry. Like, can I talk?
Are you going to answer or not? Why your God is stupid? You don't understand what the Christian believe.
Talk. Yeah, Christian Prince. Am I not talking about?
Who?
What's going on?
This is what we are talking about. We are talking about the Trinity.
Can I talk?
We are talking about the Trinity. We have two versions of Trinity now.
Yeah, Christian Prince. Yeah, Christian Prince. Can I talk?
Yeah, listen. Why you don't want to answer? Is it embarrassing?
I'm allowed to talk.
He said the F word. Here we go. The second you step in their tail, you start saying the F word.
I never said that. Don't lie. Wallahi, I never said that. I said, can I talk or not? Don't lie.
Everybody heard you saying the F word. Everybody heard you saying the F word.
Well, yeah, I did not say that. Why are you lying?
Oh, okay. So now, listen. So now, who is of you is ignorant, you or Allah? You told me that the Christian believe Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
My God.
Allah says
Christian
no.
Prince.
Allah, he said that the Trinity is totally different from what you said to me. So how come your God, he claimed to be God, he don't understand a simple logic about, simple knowledge about what Christian believe?
Prince.
So do we agree? You will not answer?
Why are you running?
Well, who's running? You are refusing to answer.
Okay, Christian Prince. Okay, look. I will answer under one condition. If you tell me...
Don't put conditions. Don't put conditions.
No.
Listen,
I will answer
don't
under
put conditions.
Condition. If you...
Don't put conditions. Listen, don't put conditions. Answer. Why Allah don't understand the Trinity?
Condition, because once you tell me what I came to you with, you will understand that you have left the conversation. You are...
Let's get out of here. I don't have time for kids. I'm not going to repeat my question in a billion times. Very annoying, stupid kid. So you see, the second you show them that their God cannot be God, because if you speak about logic, it's not logical that you have God, he don't even understand what we are believing, and then he want to refute us in a wrong way. If you're a stupid God, he say, just to show you how stupid your God, look at this. The Jews and the Christian, they say, we are the children of Allah. How Muhammad, he understand this? The stupid Muhammad, he understand this, that we are claiming that we are not a human. Do you see why we say Muhammad and his God are one donkey? Hey Christians, when you say we are children of God, do you claim to be not a human? Read carefully. The Jews and the Christians say, we are the children of Allah. And we are his beloved one. Say, so how come he punished you for your sin? What the heck? What does have to do with this? Those people, they are saying, the one who provide us, they are not talking we are his children because he married his mother, have sex with her. Stupid Muhammad. In fact, you are a human. This is how stupid Allah, the one is talking is Allah. What make it more horrible, it's not even Muhammad saying that, supposedly is the God of Islam. If the stupid God of Islam don't even understand what the Christian mean by saying we are children of God, he think that we mean that we are not a human. Here you see that we cannot take a stupid Muslim following a stupid Allah trying to be logical. I can invite you back, but don't force me to repeat my question. Let us make a conditions. You said you want to put a condition on me. Why your God, Allah, don't understand what the Christians believe? How someone, he claimed that he can debate about the Trinity, but his God is so stupid fool. He don't know what the Trinity is. Who is a Muslim want to join us? Who will not try to run from the embarrassment of Islam? All right, I will invite you back. But please don't make me repeat the same question 1,000 times. This is not nice of you. Go.
Hello, can you hear me?
So, why your God don't understand the Trinity of the Christians?
Yeah, I got you. Just one thing that's like kind of difficult when like responding to this is that it's hard to talk about like the Trinity and stuff and stuff like that because like in Islam, right? It's haram, right? It's haram to have a dog, and your God is a three-headed dog, you know. So it's hard to talk about your three-headed God dog, you fucking slut ass nigger, when when you know that the fact that like dogs are haram in Islam. I can't touch a dog, can't be with a dog in the house. I can't pet the dog. He can't lick me, right? And so when you there's a
all right, we just recorded you. He used the word the N word. He used the F word. He is so angry. He is so upset because his God is whipped with the ass of a Christian prince, which is very hairy. And that's why actually Harry Potter movie is coming from my ass. And that is your prophet. Now, speaking about dogs, in case you don't know, your God Allah, he have a dog. Am I lying? I can show the reference. If you go to the chapter of An-Najm, when Najmu Ida Hawa, you go and read the interpretation, you will see that Muhammad, he said to his cousin, aren't you afraid that the dog of Allah will eat you? So they, in one hand, the stupid Islamic religion, they say that dogs are filthy, dirty. Then we find that Allah have many dogs, which means he's dirty too. Because according to Islam, the one who owns a dog, Allah will take from his deed the same amount of the mountain of Hira. But then we find that Allah himself, he violated his own law. It's like saying, don't eat pork, but he was eating pork when he said that. And this is exactly why we laugh at Muhammad and his religion. Like, this will remind me in the hadith where Muhammad, he said, anyone who wrote hadith from me, erase it. What the Muslim Abdul, he said? He wrote down, the Prophet says, anyone who wrote hadith from me, erase it. He just told you don't write it, you idiot. He just told you, don't write the hadith. You go and write it. Let me find you the reference. Hold on. This is how stupid the Abdul are. Their prophet, he said, don't write the hadith. The Abdul, he write, prophet, he said, don't write hadith. Stupid Abduls. Read with me and try not to laugh at the stupidity of the Muhammadan. They are deaf, blind, stupid, ignorant. Muhammad, he said, and this is authentic, as you see, all of this is authentic. All of this is authentic. He said here, don't take down, which means don't write, any down from me except the Quran. And he should efface that narrate for me. Don't write anything except the Quran. Efface it. The Muslim, they go and they wrote, the Prophet says, don't write hadith. And they write hadith. Do you see the stupidity? This is Islam. So when Abdul, he come to me to talk about the Trinity, and his God cannot understand the Trinity, and he gave us a wrong understanding of Trinity. Not only, in fact, he have wrong understanding, the stupid Muhammad, he think that the Christian believe that the Messiah and Allah is one person. So what is the Trinity? What is the Trinity? Abdul, where is the Trinity? If Allah is the Messiah, is that what the Christian believe? That the Son is the Father? They don't. Remember, the word Allah is a name. This is the name of a person or individual. The Messiah is a name of an individual. According to Muhammad, the Christian believed that the Messiah is Allah and Allah is the Messiah. If this is the case, where is the Trinity? Any Abdul would like to join us? This Abdul, he remind me of Mimi Hijab when he was debating David Wood. He says to him, not a single Jew believed that Allah have a son. But the stupid Mimi Hijab, he's lucky he was not debating me, he didn't dare. He said, when he said that, he forgot that his stupid God in the Quran, he said that the Jews, they believe that Allah have a son and his name is Uzair. Not a single Jew believed that God has a son. You fabricated the Trinity. Is that your Quran? And then the Muslims try to fix it. They say there was one Jew, he believed in this. Look what the Quran says. The Jews say. Does it say one Jew? They lie about every single stupid thing in the Quran. The Jews say, not a Jew. The Jews, all the Jews. And then if we go and check the Torah and all the Jewish books, we will not find such a statement. Not even once. And this is my challenge to the Abdul. Why your God don't understand even what the Jews believe? Where we can find the Trinity, according to you, this is what you keep saying to us. There's no Trinity in the Old Testament. There's no Trinity in the Old Testament. There's no Trinity in the Old Testament. But then you go in the Quran, you say, the Jews believe that Allah have a son. Which means the Jews believe that Allah is the Father. And Uzair, which we don't know who's this guy, Uzair. The Jews never heard of his name. Never, ever, ever heard of his name. You see in translation here, say Ezra. This is false translation. They try to find a name close to it. Ezra is different from Uzair. Uzair. When the Jews encounter Muhammad with this, they said, where you get this from? He could not answer them. Do we have any Muhammadan beside the one who was saying the F word all over? The one we wiped the floor with him? So you will notice that the Muslims, they jump to the Trinity to avoid the embarrassment. They think that Trinity is hard to answer. No, the Trinity is very simple. First of all, nobody can explain God. Well, God is a miracle. Can I explain miracle? No. God said, let be light. How I can explain that to you? In order to explain to you how that can happen, I have to explain the power of God, which nobody can explain it. That's why we call it miracle. Let be light. But Allah in the Quran, He say that the similarity between Adam and the Messiah, Allah, He said to him, be, and he was. But neither Adam, neither the Messiah in the Quran was created by saying be. Why? Because first of all, the Messiah in the Quran is the Word of God. How you can create the Word of God when the Islam teach that the Word of God is not created? Here Muhammad, he made a big poo-poo. He said it clearly, the likeness of Jesus with Allah is as the likeness of Adam. He created him of dust. Was Jesus created of dust? This is not what the Quran is saying. The Quran is saying Allah, He sent His word to Mary. Chapter 3, verse number 45. His name is the Messiah. Where is the dust? Dust is when you create, like Allah created supposedly Adam, copying a story from the Old Testament. God, He made mud, He breathed into the mud. Adam, he is the process of a creation. But even this one doesn't work with Muslims. Why? Because according to the stupid Muhammad, it took Allah 40 years just to dry the mud of Adam. Is that correct? Muslims, am I lying? So how Allah, He says, He said to him, be, and he was. If it took him 40 years just to dry the mud. Any Abdul? $40 years. In fact, even in the Quran, it says, just to show you the stupidity of the Muslims and the Quran, that Allah describing what Adam did. So He said, وَكَانَ الْإِنسَانُ عَجُولًا. Human being was ever hasty. If you go and read the interpretation, including Ibn Kathir, you will see it says that Adam, he asked Allah to finish him before the sun set. Chapter 17, verse number 11. Maybe Christian Prince is lying. Let us see Ibn Kathir. All right? Watch, Abdul. Here we spank your God with no mercy. You can say the F word as much you want. We laugh at you. You are just being filthy like your prophet. Nothing new. From their fruits you shall know them. What's wrong with this website? I keep clicking at the verse. It keeps jumping. I don't know what happened to this page. Let us refresh. Okay, let's try again. Finish me before the sunset, oh Allah. That is hilarious. I know what happened. Let me open a different website. Hold on. I know what happened with this stupid thing. Let us do this. 1711. I will open it again. Maybe that would work. 17:11. Remember, it says in the verse, Allah, He said to Adam and Messiah, be, and he was. Okay. Let us see if that will work. Read carefully with me and laugh at the religion of Muhammad. Salman al-Farisi, which I can show you, this is what Muhammad said, reported, and Ibn Abbas mentioned the story of Adam. When he wanted to get up before his soul reached his feet, when his soul was breathed into him, it entered his body from his head downward. When it reached his brain, he sneezed, Hatsu, Hatsu, and he said, Alhamdulillah. Adam, he speak Arabic right away. Alhamdulillah, in Arabic. And then Allah said to him, may your Lord have mercy on you, Adam. Adam, when it reached his eyes, which means his soul, he opened them, blink, 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 blink. And then when it reached his body and limp, he started stare at them in wonder. When he wanted to get up before it reached his feet, he could not. He said, oh Allah, finish me before the night come. So how Allah, He said to him, be, and he was. If Adam is so worried that Allah is so slow. Any Abdul? Who's Abdul beside all the idiot? So they try to, to speak about the Trinity. And if you spend the whole day trying to explain the Trinity for them, they will say, that's stupid, that's not logical. But this religion is the one who fight against logic. They want logic only to apply to the Trinity. Well, I say to you, doesn't matter if you think it's logic or not. Either you apply logic to your religion, then you request others to be logical, or you don't, you don't apply logic to anything, and you just accept things as it is. So, if you speak about the Trinity and you say it's not logical for you because you are a human being. But for God, logic is not what He do. As an example, the Bible says that Mary, she was virgin. The Quran says Mary was a virgin. It's not logical to believe that there is a woman, she can give birth to a child without having sex. Nobody accepts such a logic. This is not logical. So the Muslims suddenly, they don't question such a logic. It's a miracle. But if we accept the existence of miracle, which means the power of God to do as He wish, to be as He wish, how come you question the Trinity? I will tell you why. If the Quran says Trinity is true, you will take it blindly. If the Quran says no, you don't take it. If the Quran never mentioned that Mary, she was a virgin, you Muslims will be laughing at us day and night. But because there's a verse in the Quran says Mary, she was virgin, you don't dare to question it. However, as long as we are talking about logic, in Islam, there's no logic of Mary being a virgin, because what that prove? Any Muslim can tell me why in the Quran Mary is a virgin? What the point? Any Muhammadan? What the point of Mary in the Quran being a virgin? No Muslim can answer. In fact, if you read carefully, I can answer. But my answer will hurt the butt of every Abdul starting from Allah, Aka Muhammad. She said, Mary speaking, my Lord, how can I have a child? And no man has touched me. I will shave my 20-foot beard if a Muslim can tell me, Mary speaking to who? To the angels or to Allah? If they say to Allah, will that mean Allah spoke to Mary? Directly, which contradicts the Quran. In one verse it says one angel, other verse says many angels. And here we see that Mary is speaking directly to Allah. And look, here Allah says, supposedly, He said, it will be so, Allah created whatever He wills. If He decides something, He only say be, and it was. Did Allah say be to Jesus and He was? Any Muslim? If this is the case, so how this stupid verse, other verse says, He made him from mud? And how the other verse says that Adam was in rush because Allah was so slow? And was Allah saying be before He made the mud, breathed into the mud, took Him many, many years, or after He made all of this? So what the point of be? If I say be a building and then I have to build blocks one by one, that means the word be mean nothing. It's just a stupid statement. In the Bible, God, he said, let be light, light was. Show me one thing Allah, he created by saying be. Same time, if you go here down in verse number 48, it says Allah, he teach him the scriptures and wisdom and Torah and the gospel. Muslims, when Allah taught Jesus? Before birth or after birth? Any Muslim can answer? Before birth or after birth? If you go to the stupid Quran again, you will find that Allah saying that Jesus learned before birth everything. How we know? Read. Muhammad took him 40 years to learn about his God, and even when the angels came to him, he didn't know what's going on. This is Jesus. He was an infant, 1 hour old, or maybe 5 minutes, or maybe 1 second. He will speak, not will actually, he speak. وَيُكَلِّمُ النَّاسِ, not will, there's no will. He speak to people in the grip. When Jesus, he learned languages and learned the wisdom and learned the gospel and the Torah. He is in the grip, the crib. You see it? Any Abdul? In fact, the stupid Muhammad, who don't understand the Trinity, he claimed that Mary, she was a nun. Huh? Really? Yeah, she was a nun. Let me show you. If we go here, in chapter 3, verse number 35, the wife of Amran, which Muhammad, he think that the mother of Mary, she married the father of Moses. She said, "Oh my Lord, I have vowed to you what is in my womb, dictated, so accept from me, you are the hearer and the knower." So what the mother of Mary, she said, whatever in my womb is going to be dictated to your service. Do you see it? So according to the stupid Muhammad, Mary, she was the first woman in history of Islam and the last woman to be dictated to God where she is still in the womb. When she gave birth to her, she said, "Oh, my Lord, I have delivered a female," because she vowed to service of the whatever in her womb, but it is a female now. And Allah was well aware of what she has delivered. Thank you, Allah, he knew what she delivered. And then she said, and the male, and it's supposedly the mother of Mary speaking, and the male is not the same as a female. I have named her Mary. If you ask the Muslim what Mary means, they don't know. And have commanded her to descend to your protection from Satan outcast. So now Mary is protected from Satan. Mary is protected from Satan, her and her seed. No human being accomplished that. Not Muhammad, not Abraham, not Moses. Only Mary and her seed, which is going to be the Messiah. Allah, he accepted the offer and he granted the protection of Mary and her seed. Not only that, Allah, he used to provide Mary with the grocery. She never goes shopping to Walmart. Every morning, she wake up, she found all kind of food next to her. Zechariah, He asked Mary, where you get this from? Where this is coming from to you? Remember, Mary now, she is a nun. She don't meet anybody. No men see her. Nobody see her. She spent the whole day in a private room alone. Allah bring food to her every day. So Zechariah, he says, where you get this from? She said, from who then? It's from Allah. Muhammad mother, did Allah provide her with any grocery in his history? No. Muhammad mother, she died as a pagan kafir. His father is a pagan kafir. And Islam says, you call them by the names of their father. So Muhammad, the son of kafir. Who is Mary and who is Jesus? Mary in Islam is a holy woman, protected by God from the devil. Who says so? The Quran, I just showed you. She is protected from shaitan. No human being is protected from shaitan except Mary and her son. Who said that? Chapter 3, verse number 36. Actually, Muhammad, he made it clear when shaitan, he touched every human being, but he could not do that to Jesus and his mother. And Allah, he provide Mary with food. All of this, there's no logic for it. Why Mary, she will give birth without a man? What will happen if she got married and she have a prophet, his name is Jesus? Why she have to be virgin? Any Muslim? So the Virgin Mary in the Quran make no sense. Not logical. But the Virgin Mary in the Bible make a lot of sense. For God, he have a son. Jesus is not the son of anyone. He's not the son of any man. He was in the Bible calling himself son of man because he's in the flesh. But Jesus make it clear, I and my Father is one, or are one. So in Christianity, Mary being a virgin make a lot of sense because it fit perfectly what the Christians believe, that the Virgin Mary, she did not give birth to a son of a man, but she gave birth to the Son of God. Here now, if we ask the Muslims, who is the father of this boy? What the Muslim will say? Any Muslim? Who is the father of this boy? The one you call him Isa. Who's Muhammad can answer? My father is the one who caused my mother to give birth to me. Do we agree? People, do we agree? And that whoever a man, you marriage or not, a man, he sleep with the women, he will have conception, and that will be a child, regardless if it's a male or a female. So in the case of Jesus, who is the father of Jesus? According to Islam, God. According to the same stupid Quran. Mary has no husband in the stupid Quran. And look what the Quran says about Mary. The angel said, O Mary, Allah has chosen you and he has purified you. Mary is what? Pure. Who said so? The Quran. This is not the Christians. This is the book of the devil, Muhammad, confessing his sin, saying that the mother of Jesus is pure. Is Muhammad's mother is pure? According to Muhammad, she is going to hell. Muhammad, he asked Allah a favor to forgive his mother. Allah, he reject according to Muhammad. Muhammad, he made it clear that his father is in hell. Abi wa abuka fi nar. Do you see it? So the Muslim, they keep saying that the most honorable in the world is Muhammad. But this man, his father and his mother in hellfire. Jesus, he is the son of, the Quran say, the Holy Mary. The holy who? Who said holy? The Quran. Anyone took notes? A reference? Chapter 3, verse number 42. Not only she is holy, she is the best woman of the world. Do you see it? Is it me saying that? The Quran says that pagans are najis. What najis mean? Filthy. Muhammad, according to his book, he is a son of a filthy woman, a filthy man. Chapter 9, verse number 28. Is it a Christian prince saying so? No. So now let us connect the dots together. Jesus is a son of a holy woman according to the Quran. Remember, I'm not saying the word holy from my own. This is the stupid Quran saying so. Mary is chosen by God and favor upon all women in the world. She is the highest. Why? Why Allah chosen Mary? Can Jesus be born of any woman? She is a good woman. Muhammad, okay. Look, Muhammad is born of a woman, she is najis, which means he's a son of a najis woman, the son of a najis man, which means son of filth. Yet the Muslim, they call him holy prophet. Why Mary have to be pure and the best women in the world? Is that because she will have a special son? Are you with me, people? How is people at Rumble doing? Do you understand what we are saying? Do you know where we are going now? She is going to be the mother of very, very special. It's not about Mary. Mary is not important as a person, except she will give birth to the most important person in the world. So this is why she have to be the most important woman in the world. And remember, all of this I'm showing you from your stupid book. I did not even use one verse from the Bible. Isn't this is embarrassing? From your book, Mary is chosen. There's no other woman is chosen. In your book, Mary is holy, purified. In your book, Shaitan cannot touch her. He can't even get close to her. For what? What is a special interest in this lady? That is Jesus, the Son of God. So you stupid Abdul, you want to debate us about the Trinity, you donkey? Do you see how we get them busted? That's why they hate me, because I don't use the Bible. I prove them wrong from their books. They don't want me to do that. They want me to do what every Christian do. Okay, let us read for you John. Let us read for you Mark. Let us read. Don't do that. The Bible says, don't throw your jewels under the feet of the swine. Be careful. Get them busted from their books. And this is what they hate most. So now, from the stupid Quran, we have tons of proofs that Mary is extremely, and she is the favorite upon all women in the world. We have a proof that the Messiah is a living person now in heaven according to Islam. I remember once I was having a dinner with two Abdul. One of them is really old, the other one is younger. He is like maybe, 30 something, 35 maybe. The younger Abdul, he said, I want to ask you, they cannot take it to see an Arab Christian, He said, I want to ask you about, your believing that Jesus, Son of God. The older Abdul, he said to him, don't go there. He said, no. I said to him, it's okay. The guy, he said to him, the older guy, he said to him, because he spoke to me before about religion, and I smashed him with no mercy. The guy, I saw him, he was hitting his foot under the table, saying, don't, there's no need, come on, don't, and he was hitting his feet. The guy insists. It's like Muhammad Hijab when he insists to ask Yasser Qadhi about the standard narrative. So he said to me, because I said, okay, you know what, no, let him ask, please, go ahead. He said, well, if Jesus is the Son of God, how come, imagine you have your father and he is God, why he don't save him? I said, okay, based on your logic, if Jesus is the Son of God, his father should save him. But this is exactly what happened in Islam. So based in Islam, Jesus must be the Son of God, for his father saved him. The other Abdul, the older one, he said to him, see, I told you, don't go. Hey, answer him now. Go, answer him. The Abdul, he starts saying, no, I'm talking about your religion. I said, yeah, you're talking about my religion, no problem. But this is your logic. If Jesus is the Son of God, his father will save him. Stupid. This is why they hate me. I use their poop to marinate them with it. If Jesus is Son of God, his father will save him, okay? Good. But in your book, your Jesus was saved, so he must be Son of God then. They tried their best to divert us from speaking about the stupidity of the religion by trying to speak about the Trinity. If their God cannot understand the Trinity, how you can understand it yourself? You are just a potato like your God. And we fry you. Dry fry. We don't even use oil. Do we have any Muslim would like to join us? Who want to get me busted? Who's next? Remember, Muslims, I'm tired. Actually, I don't have much time left, but I will stay a little bit. Any Abdul? Come on, Muslims, it's time to sleep. So simply, when a Muslim here asks about the Trinity, 99.9% of Muslims who ask such question is not because they're trying to know, it's just they're trying to play. The Trinity is God, and nobody can explain God. How God can create someone like you and me? How you can explain that? Oh, you say to me, God is all-powerful. Exactly. Almighty mean there's no limit of what he can accomplish or what he can be. But in the Quran, Allah, he contradicts himself. In one hand, he says, if you want something to happen, he say, be, and it was. In the other hand, he says, how Allah can have a son if you don't have a girlfriend? So that means that Allah cannot be the God of Mary. For Allah, he himself, he need a woman to have a son. Mary, she don't need a man to have a son. So obviously her God is all-powerful, almighty. He can have a son without having a partner in bed. Who is the one who questioned the ability of Allah? Not the Christians, not the Jews, not the Hindus, not the Buddhists, Allah himself. The originator of the heaven and the earth, how can he have a son when he have no girlfriend? Well, is that the logic of God? You just said to me, if Allah wants something to happen, he say be and he was. What happened to be and was? Suddenly now he cannot say be and was. You need a partner. Do you see why we laugh at your religion? Any Abdul? And you notice when you barbecue them, the demon inside them start going crazy. Like the woman, she came to me, I want to go to Trinity, and I don't Trinity, and I'm doing Trinity, and I don't Trinity. Okay, so you use the word Tawheed. What Tawheed mean? I don't Trinity, Trinity, and I think not logical. She's stupid. Her God, he says that women are stupid. She is coming to me to prove to me that she is smart, which means her God is stupid at the end of the day. Because either you are stupid, you can't understand anything, to the point you are not even allowed to be a witness in the court. Any Abdul? By the way, I decide to have a son. But I want to be more logical. I want to have a lot of sons in one night. Like Solomon. He decided to F 100 women in one night. Muslims speak about logic. A prophet of God, he want to do jihad. He want to make a lot of babies in one night. Suddenly the guy, oh man, I need to make a lot of babies. I'm short of babies. I want to F all women I have at bed in one night. A Muslim is talking about logic. So this guy, Suleiman, he go to the bedroom. First woman. Okay, second. All right. Third. All right. And number 4. Okay. 5th. Oh, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Next. And after he ifed the 100 women, Allah did not give him any child except half baby. Half baby mean, according to Muslims, disabled. Why? He said, Muhammad, he says he forgot to say inshallah. Big mistake. Big mistake, you stupid Suleiman. The Muslim logic is that the prophet of God, because he did not say inshallah before he started doing his ifin jihad, Allah did not like it. So he gave him half baby. It will show you the reference, because you might say, Christian Brans is lying. Where is the hadith? Hold on, let me show you. Let us see, maybe this one we can find it. Logic. Islam is all about logic. Are you kidding me? A guy, he can F 100 women. Simple, easy. I mean, the guy even that beat me, I can do only 99 and a half. Allah Prophet Solomon, who had 60 wives. Here in the hadith, remember how Muhammad cannot even repeat the lie twice correctly. Here, he have what? 60 wives. He said, tonight, I will have sexual relation with my wives. So each one of them will become pregnant and bring forth a boy who will grow and do jihad for the Allah cause. So he slept with his wives. None of them conceived, delivered a child, except one who brought a body of half-body boy. Half. He did not say inshallah. Hey, Buddhist, how you have babies without saying inshallah? How the father of the communist in the time of the communist in this Soviet Union, you can have babies. He don't say inshallah. How my father have a child? You never say inshallah before intercourse. You have to say inshallah to activate your semen. And then the hadith continue, you know, and the story is beyond the stupidity, you know. Okay. Let us see. Where is the hadith? Where is the hadith? Let us do this. Just to show you even how Muhammad even cannot repeat the same story twice. So here it says 60. Here, what the number here? Here it says 62. Here it says 70. Look at this. Here is 70. The same Abdul Muhammad. Here the number is increased. They are 70, not 60 no more. Spice. Muhammad the spice. Okay, we continue. By the way, there is a name maybe you do not know about Muhammad. Anyone knows what is the name? The Muslim in translation, they don't show it. Is Abu Kabsha. Abu Kabsha. Very silly. Pagan name for worshipping stars. Let us see. Here, look, here it's 100 women. The same person Muhammad is saying, one hadith is 60, one hadith is 70, one hadith is 90, one hadith is 99, one hadith is 100. The same Muhammad. The Prophet ﷺ, the Prophet of Allah said, I will go around my wives tonight. Oh boy. The book of nikah, the Muslim translate nikah as marriage. This guy is married already, he would do nikah. So nikah means to if, not to marry. So he said, Prophet of Allah Solomon, son of Prophet David said, tonight I will go around, i.e. have sexual intercourse with my wives, 100 women. By the way, if you are wondering why Suleiman he can have sex with 100 women, that is easy cheesy for us Middle Eastern. Oh boy, you know, we can do a lot. This is why #1 people in the world who buy Viagra is Muslims, because they are so good in bed to the point it never work. That's why even the Quran says that Muhammad was accused that he is cut off, for he did marry all those women, he could not make one of them deliver a baby. Is that correct, Muslims? Yes, chapter of Al-Kawthar, verse 108. They accuse him to be cut off, he have no penis. So Suleiman, he can if 100 women non-stop, not even a break. Why in the break? He's Prophet of Allah. So he if the 100 women, if you got to say inshallah. How sad. He spent the whole night if in 100 women. Just 100. Not a big deal. And then a Muslim, he come to you to speak about logic. 100 women being effed by one man in one night. Let me use my calculator. Let us say the night was 8 hours or 10 hours, whatever you want. We have 100 women divided to 8 hours. Solomon, he have orgasm every 12.5 minutes. we can say he was a rabbit. But remember, you have to say inshallah. Any Abdul? And you want to tell us what is the Trinity is about? How Muhammad he have a baby? His father is a pagan. He did not say inshallah. You know, once I was in a chat room. Sometime I go just to listen, to support them, you know, or to help them if they cannot answer something in Paltalk. So a Muslim, he come to this chat room every day. He take the mic. He says, "You Christians are the sons of the devil." Those Christians do not know what he's saying. He take the mic. He say the same thing. So the guy, the admin in the chat room, he says to me, "Can you please take the microphone and do something about this guy?" Every day he comes say the same. I said, "Come on, you deal with him." He said, "No, we don't know how to deal with him. You do it." So I give him the microphone. I know what he's talking about. So I said to him, why you are saying that? He said, Prophet Muhammad, he said that the one who don't believe in Allah, who don't say the prayer of Allah before intercourse, Shaitan, he round himself around his penis, and he if his mother, and the child will be the child of Shaitan. I said, are you sure that this is authentic hadith? He said, yes. I said to him again, are you sure that this is authentic hadith? I said, what's wrong with you? I just told you yes. Are you sure? He said, what's wrong with this guy? I just told you yes. I said, okay, we'll base in what you just said. If a person who don't say prayer before intercourse, the son will be the son of the devil. Muhammad's father was not a believer. So when he have sex with the mother of Muhammad, he did not say this prayer. That means Muhammad himself is the son of Shaitan. The guy who took the microphone, he started crying. May Allah curse him. May Allah destroy you. May Allah continue you. You are smart like the devil. Stupid. I asked you 3-4 times. Are you sure? You said you're sure. And then after that, this guy never came to the chat room ever again. Bye-bye. They are stupid. Their prophet is stupid. Like, did Muhammad forget that he himself is a son of a pagan family? How you say to them, if you don't say the prayer, Shaitan will around himself around your penis, will F your wife. And then the genie will be, or the Shaitan will be the father of your children. This is how stupid Muhammad is. And this is why you see the Muslims, they are teaching, this is what the Quran says, that Allah will give them virgins who never man or genie or Shaitan F them. So if you go here, you will see, somebody is asking about genie having sex with his wife because his wife, she is always horny and she touch herself when she is asleep. Well, obviously, the husband is not doing his job. As I told you, Muslims, they don't do their job, you know. In fact, Muslims, they have sex once a week. And they call it homework, which means they are forced to do it. So here you will see it says, this is what Muhammad told them. And this is the reference. When a man has intercourse with his wife and does not name Allah, the jinn coil around his urethra and has intercourse along with him. Do you see it? True story. And that's why Muhammad, he says, Shaitan, he share with you your kids. And based on Muslims' understanding that the homosexual, they are the children of Shaitan, because the Muslim guy, he forgot to say the name of Allah before he put his penis in. So let us say it, make it clear. According to Muhammad, you say the name of Allah, Allah will become a condom to protect your penis from Shaitan. Do you see how powerful the name of Allah? Take it or leave it. Today, we don't have too many people here. I don't know why, but I did my part. Thank you guys for doing nothing. And I noticed nobody leave comment. And for those who they made comment speaking about Christian Prince not being logical, I say, look who is talking. I find that Muslims and atheists, they share the same stupid thing. Atheists, they think they believe that they are animals and they become a human. Muslims believe that monkeys was Jews or used to be Jews. Allah cursed them, made them monkeys. Atheists believe that monkeys become a human. So if you think about it, you say, all right, one he go by science, which is a science fiction, and the other one he go by Allah science, which is a fiction book. And both of them, they try to present to us a logic. And then if you don't agree with them, you are stupid, you are a fool. I found you both are two faces of one coin called stupidity. In case you do not know what I'm talking about, according to the Quran, the Jews, they fish in Saturday, so Allah decided to make them pigs and monkeys. And for sure, this is very logical. I mean, you fish on Saturday. If you rape on Saturday, it's okay. But if you fish on Saturday, no. If you rape on Friday, Allah don't have a problem. But you fish in Saturday, you idiot. Are you stupid? Planet Apes is not created by Darwin. Is created by Muhammad. Allah, he cursed them and he made them apes for fishing on Saturday. Yeah. I mean, what we can say, it's true. There's a lot of proof of that. And then, you know, if you go and read more about the details about the story, you will see how stupid the story is. Chapter 7, verse 163. And ask them about the town by the sea, when they violated the Sabbath. Okay. When they observed the Sabbath, their whales come to them. Allah, he made the whale, according to the story in the Quran. In the Sabbath day, they come and do belly dance. We are here, you can't fish us, you can't fish us. We are here, we are here. But when it is not Sabbath, the fish is gone. Allah, he made it this way. Those people are hungry, they want to eat, they have children, they have wife, they have family. So those people, they want to eat. So they decide to fish on Saturday because this is the day the fish come only. So Allah get upset from them, for they violated the Sabbath, and they fish in the Sabbath. And he said to them, be pigs and monkeys. And then Allah, he transformed them into apes. And by the way, this is a true story. In fact, it's documented by National Geographic. If you don't believe me, search for Planet Apes movie. How you explain to me in the movie that those apes are talking? You can't explain that. Except that those are the ones who are cursed by Allah. And this is why they are, you know, talking monkeys. And still you don't believe in Allah? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Shame on you. This guy, he was a Jew. He did fish in Saturday. Why you do that? Shame on you. I hope you learn the consequence of disobeying Allah. This is, he looked like me when I was young. Maybe a little more handsome. This is how stupid the garbage of Muhammad and those Abdul, they are trying to speak of logic. where the sun set in murky water, the sun rise, he found where the sun set, he found where the sun rise, he found where, he built a dam for Gog and Magog, and they are digging, they cannot open until one day in the day of judgment. And this is how stupid Islam is. Did we have good time, guys? Can I ask you a favor? After we finish, you donate a comment for me. Not money. No. We're not talking about money. Can you donate a comment? And don't tell me, Jesus, Christian Prince, God bless you. We spoke about many, many things. I want to see smart people saying their own opinion, their own statement, refuting, agreeing, disagreeing. I want to see a real smart, intelligent people. And I know there's many of you are smart. Please don't make a comment saying, God bless you, Christian Prince, or thank you. I'm not here to waiting for you to thank me. I'm here to teach so you can be part of the army of Christ who defeat lies. I'm not looking for fans. I'm looking for brothers and sisters who they have faith and they are armed with knowledge so they can defeat the devil and his teaching. So don't post for me just to make yourself like you made a comment. God bless you, Christian Prince. Thank you very much. This is not what I am here for. God see what I do. God hear what I say. God bless me when he wish, or he curse me if he wish. It's not your word who will make me blessed. Say something, do something, be part of something. Don't be just an entertaining person who's coming to entertain yourself. I'm not your cartoon. So I hope people will make comment, and a useful one, smart one, intelligent one, and I'm sure many of you are smart, and maybe I can learn something from you. Refute. I saw many comments in the previous video from very few individuals. They have a very good comment. Go read them. Posting hadith, refuting Islam, showing contradiction. I like this kind of people. Those are the ones we are looking for. Not the one who say thank you. Rath, are you a Muslim? Are you a Muslim? I was almost done, but I will see what you have for me. Go ahead.
Christian Prince.
Uh-huh.
I got a question for you, man.
You have a question for me?
Yes.
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
What is the first letter of the question?
All right, the first letter of the question is A.
Ape?
A. A.
A. Okay.
Okay. Listen.
All right.
Okay. What do you think about Andrew Tate?
Andrew Tate?
Yes.
I mean, he's an idiot because this guy...
Why do you say he's an idiot?
Well, because you see you're a criminal and then you go make videos talking about your crimes. I mean, you have to be stupid idiot to confess your crimes live in videos, and you claim that to be successful, but you're not. You just put yourself in a hole. You dig yourself. The more you talk, the more you are an idiot. So a criminal, a smart criminal, he don't go live on air, says, I don't pay my tax, I hide it, I use bitcoins. He don't say I sleep with 15 and 14 years old and I use them until they are, and now she is 21. So this is only an idiot, mentally ill. He don't control his tongue. So he's a criminal, but he is proud of his crime, and then he give evidence against himself. Like, if you have an enemy, he will work hard to collect evidence against you. But this guy,
Christian Prince,
but this guy voluntarily, he do so.
Christian. So, I understand that, right? But you also got to understand that, Andrew Tate has his flaws, but you got to admit some of the things that he says is facts.
Give me one.
Okay. Like, for example, like, he talked about the masculine youth and like the thing that we are missing in the world.
What
like for example,
what does that mean?
Basically, like things that are making men not men.
What does that mean? What make
like you want me to paraphrase?
What make a man a man in your eyes or Andrew Tate eyes?
Okay, what makes a man that's upstanding, a man that will kill for his family and the ones that he loves, a man that just a man, bro.
Hold on.
A man that can protect, a man that can provide.
I was in the army. I was in the police. Was ever Andrew Tate a person who killed for his family or fought for his country or ever joined an army?
No, he was the kickboxing world champion.
Well, he do that for money, not for his family to kill the enemy. So he is a fraud. He is a fake. He claimed to be the man, but he never been at war. He never go to war. He never want to be part. Secondly, do you consider a man is the one who lied to women?
No, but I feel like men do it anyways, though.
No. Don't
like, I feel like it's not right.
No. Hold on. Okay. I said to you, do you consider a man to be a true man when he lied to women?
Like you gotta understand, it depends on the context.
Don't tell me no. There's no depend. Either it is you are a man because you are lying, or you are not a man because you are lying. A man when he lied to women, hold on. Why a man will lie to a woman? Give me a reason why he will lie.
Okay, for example, right? Let's just say you just came from work, right? And you know a co-worker, right? And the co-worker is a girl.
My friend. Hold on. Don't tell me this is drama. A man who is afraid to say what he did is not a man. He's afraid from the women, what she will say, what she will do. So you claim to be a man in one hand. Hold on. Why you don't say to her what you have done unless you are afraid of saying what you have done because you are a potato?
What if you are scared? What if you are trying to stop chaos? Like, cause you know, girls, they get crazy. You start yelling, start screaming.
Exactly.
What if you just trying to save yourself?
You are saying to me you are intimidated by a woman because she yell at you and you are not the man.
It's not intimidating.
Hold on. Why you are a man and you claim to be masculine and the woman she can scream at you? A second ago you are the man who is willing to kill for his family and you are so strong and you do kickboxing. Then you are in front of women, you are just a piece of shit, excuse me, and you are afraid of speaking to the woman, saying to her what you did because she will yell at you. So who is yelling at who? The women. Who is the man? She is the man, you are the women. So now you switch position because you are a stupid coward. You don't dare to take and handle a woman. You decide to hide behind a lie for you are a potato. In the top of that, Andrew Tate, not Tate, he lied to women so he can make money from them. So he is a whore. This is not a behavior of a noble man. Not a noble man. You know, a man is not a person who have a penis. No. A man is someone who act upon his honor. So when the man have no honor, he is not a man no more. He is just a whore. So this man, he manipulate women, he used them, he abused them, he lied to them in order to suck their blood and make money from the sweat of their vagina. So every clothes Andrew Tate he is wearing, including his shoes and his jacket, and even the perfume he put in on himself, is coming from the sweat of a vagina.
It's from girls.
The sweat of a vagina, not girls.
Christian Prince.
Is it true? Is it true? Is it true?
I needed your advice. Thank you.
But is it true?
I just
all
wanted
the money,
to say thank you.
Is it true? All the money he have is coming from the sweat of a vagina.
Yeah, but he also has this scam. No, I mean, I don't know if it's scam.
All the money he has,
he has a hustle.
Even the money he invests is coming from the sweat of a vagina. Correct? Or I'm lying?
Oh no, you're not lying. You're telling the truth.
Okay, so how he can be a man? So the man who's teaching you a man is a scumbag, and he is false, and he is filthy, and he himself have no honor. He is a pimp. What kind of a man?
I think him and Prophet.
Listen.
I think him and Prophet.
How you agree that you are going to learn from a pimp to be a man? Are you a pimp?
No.
Is it wrong to be a pimp?
Yes, it's wrong.
So how you listen to a pimp?
Because I mean, all right, everybody got their flaws, right? Like for example,
is everybody is
like
a
even
pimp?
look in the
Is
Bible.
everybody is a pimp?
No, not everybody is a pimp.
Is it true that the pimps are the lowest in the community?
I mean, but like
is
you
it,
gotta look. You
is
got
it true?
It depends on the
Stop giving excuses. Is it true that pimps are the lowest of the lowest of the lowest?
Nah, it's murderers and like rapists.
Is what?
Murderers and rapists.
Well, he's a rapist too, because he is, you know, he claimed that he controlled women, he raped them, he beat them, he subdued them, and all of this to make money from them. So he is the same. He is all of those. He is the same as he is the rapist. He is a scam. He is the liar. Yeah. He forced women. He said it clearly. He forced women to bed.
Raping is like, well, listen,
my friend.
No, he just tricked them
don't waste
by
my time. Don't waste
telling
my
them
time.
that he loved.
Take your pimp and go with him. Don't waste my time. Only trash people, they listen to a pimp and they guide themselves by the statement of a pimp. This guy, he never says something truth, because all what he say is filthy. If you are saying to me that Andrew Tate is a masculine, that is not what masculine is. He never go to war. He never join army. He don't want to be at risk. In fact, when he walk in the street, he have bodyguards. Why somebody he is supposedly champion in fighting, him and his brother. And they post a video on YouTube that his brother was beating 5 guys alone, which is fake. Need bodyguards. I don't have bodyguards. I'm not a champion. I have hundreds of millions of Muslims who would like to kill me. I don't go with the street asking people to protect me. And I am not a champion of kickboxing. Is my voice coming good, guys? Okay, people are saying my voice. Am I heard in Discord? So I was saying, I am not a champion on fighting, but I don't have bodyguard to protect me. Why Andrew Tate and his brother need bodyguards? From who? They're afraid of who? Is that because you are a man? Or because you are terrified? For you are a rabbit. You have to look over your shoulder. So don't tell me he's a man. He's a piece of garbage. In fact, it's a shame for you as a man to claim that you learn something from such a person. And the Matrix is just another silly, stupid thing. The Matrix is against him. Well, you idiot. You became a millionaire. Hundreds of millions of dollars from women. But you go on air, line, interview, bragging about how you use teenagers. You stupid idiot. I mean, how stupid you are. You speak about how you hide your taxes. Have you ever heard of somebody, he don't pay his tax and he go on air speaking to hundreds of thousands saying, hey guys, I don't pay taxes. Stupid idiot. So if this is your advisor, you will end in jail with him. And guess what? Now, Andrew Tate, after he admit that he used minors, that can be sentenced to lifetime in a prison in USA. Lifetime. If he's lucky, he might spend 15 to 20 years in jail. And not to forget that he might lose all his money too. So this is not a behavior of a man. A true man is the one who protects women, not the one who abuse them. Do I agree? That is a true man. True man is not the one who take advantage of the weak. He protect the weak. So you have a very wrong understanding of what is a man. Shame on you. The man is not somebody have a penis. Because donkeys have penis too. Chimpanzees have penis too. Cats have penis. Even sausages have something like your penis, but doesn't make you man. Man is someone who respects himself. He earned the respect of the community, not the one who lie and abuse and fool and scam people. That is not a behavior of a man. The Lord, he said, from their fruits you shall know them. And it's very disgusting that there is any human being who decide to take the fruit of such a pimp and make good fruit of it when this guy is a piece of shit. In fact, shit is useful. You can use it as a manure. What this guy he did to human being. He misled children, misled females, and misled young men and women. And he make a lot of money from the stupid ones. And you are again a victim of your own foolishness. I don't blame Andre Tate if he fool a person like you. I blame you. You are stupid. What do you think of Andre Tate? Huh? He's a masculine. He's a man. He's a real man. He is not. He's a potato. He's a coward. He's greedy. He's a money worshipper. He's a vagina slave. Every single, if he have little dignity, he will give all his money between women who he use and abuse and charity to repent. But what he do? No, he continue. His so-called pimp university is still open. He convert to Islam just to make himself look cleaner. It's like, you know, what they call it, those wipes for babies? So he decided to wipe himself. He wiped his ass with Muhammad face so he can look a better person. Oh, I converted to Islam. And just to show you the hypocrisy of the garbage of Islam, Islam collect garbage and they defend garbage. None of them says, look, what's on? This is a pimp. What the heck? No, they are proud about a pimp. Because in Islam, every pimp count. Muhammad himself was a pimp. So why they will not be proud of a pimp? So my friend, never let someone trashy to be the best example for you. If that happened to you, I feel really so bad for you. You are ashamed for your mother. If you do so, you are ashamed for your father, and you are not a man. If a man, he says to me, I lie to women, I use women, I make them do things to me, how I can respect this man? How I can even call him a man? You know, in the old days, sadly, those stupid people, they forgot what man is about. A man, he see a woman, she need help, he jump to help. A man, he defend a woman, he pay his life, he might even die to protect a woman or to protect a child. These days, a man is the one who lie to women, fool them, take their money, scam them, and he's a man. That is sick, satanic society. The devil have more dignity than your man. From their fruits, you shall know them. Time to go. Don't forget to donate a comment. Donate a comment. Don't donate money. And I will open a university to teach you how to be a man. You get a PhD of pimp. You will be proud. Your mom, she will be proud of you. You are the first pimp in the family. You will be so proud. In your grave we will write, here was buried the pimp, the honorable pimp. peace be upon him, how powerful your man is. When a man, he loses his reputation, he lost everything. Especially if the loss of reputation because of something really he did, not a lie. Because there is many, they can be accused of lies, you know. But this guy himself, he confessed his garbage. So we cannot say they are making things up as he claimed. He himself, he have tons of videos saying what he did. Sleeping with 14 years old girl and make her work for him. Yeah, what's wrong with cart pusher? He's an honorable person. A person who cleaned the garbage in the street. He is an honorable person. You know, the job you do, any job is used for community. Not abusing others, not stealing, not lying, is an honorable job. Which one is better? To be a whore? Or to stand 8 hours in Walmart to get little salary? For sure we know the answer. Who will make more money? There's no question about it. The whore. But the whore will be ever called whore unless she repent and she change her life. And this man for me is a whore. Whore is not only a woman. She opened her legs for money. Whore is every man. He even pay for a whore. You see, society always judge the female. The fact the man who pay a woman to sleep with her, he himself is a whore. He have no honor. He have no dignity. He's using his money to get a lust. He knew that this woman, she will not even look at him. He is a piece of shit in the front of her eyes. So he have to pay her so she will sleep with him. The one who pay for it and the one who do it, both are whore. This is what the Bible teaches us. From their fruits you shall know them. So you mentioned android tits. We gave you the answer about android tits. I don't like to talk about such people because, you know, we have more important stuff to talk about. But you mentioned it. We did it. I want to say thank you all for being here. God is good. So is Jesus. And the corrupt man, he is learning how to be a man from a whore. His name is Andrew Tates. What a corrupt society. See you soon. This is your brother Christian Prince, was serving you humbly for today. And it's time to give Muhammad a rocket and send him back where he came from. I am a Christian Prince and I approve this message. See ya.